Okay. Okay, I hope we are done. Are we done? Enjoying the conversations, right? Some people are trying to be smart. They're speaking with the people with whom they walked into the room. In the meantime, I'll kindly request that some of us that are sitting at the back, can we kindly move to the front? Just to fill some of the gaps here. I'm not going to lie to you. It looks good on camera when you know, we have the gaps filled. We want to have the room looking nice. So in the next minute, can we please kindly just come to the front to ensure that we see the details of the PowerPoint presentation. And also, I mean, just to have a look at my three-piece suit. I think it looks nice when you're closer to the stage. It's not everyone that has a three-piece suit, so please come and get some inspiration. And then now I'm going to jump quickly and call the next speaker, who will be our first speaker. Please, colleagues, when you see me reading from my phone, it means I am living in fourth industrial revolution. It's paperless. Ne? I'm not on WhatsApp. I'm literally reading my notes. The next speaker that is coming here to do the opening and purpose of this inaugural Cybersecurity Indaba under the theme Cyber Resilience in the Digital Age, Safeguarding South Africa's Future. Maybe next year we'll also say Safeguarding Africa's Future. And in the third year, Safeguarding the world's future, because we will be leading in this space. The speaker that I'm calling on the stage is the Managing Director of CyberMate. His name is Thabang.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Are you all happy? Okay, is it too cold? Because I know that some people, when it's cold and they're attending an event, they just decide not to come through. But I'm glad that you braved the weather. So please give yourself a round of applause. Thank you so much, colleagues. I'm going to try to run through my presentation through the slide. Unfortunately, we don't have that clicker, but we'll see what we can do. So my name, as introduced, is Thabang Phala. Thank you so much, Matsabale, and thank you, colleagues. I just want to firstly honor the delegates that are here before each and everyone else, the delegates who have made it. Thank you so much for making it here. And then also I just want to thank the leaders who made sure that this thing happened, which is the team, the organizers. They might not be in the room now, but definitely we have seen them around. I just want to appreciate them for making sure that this thing happened. We organized this thing in a very short space of time, but we made it happen, and that's what matters, and that is important. The conversations are going to take place throughout the day so that we are able to deliberate even further. Also, I just want to thank the colleagues, the partners, everyone who made it happen. From Geek Culture to CSIR to the Innovation Hub, ZATNA, ZACR, and then all the other people. I just want to thank you before I could even thank you at the vote of thanks at the end of the program. But the CEO of ZATNA, Ketapele. We call each other Ketapele. Thank you so much for allowing yourself to be a vessel to deliver the keynote today. We are eagerly waiting to hear what you have to say. So thank you so much, colleagues. So what we know and what we understand about the importance of cybersecurity in South Africa is that, cybersecurity or cybercrimes have reached, they reach about 10.5 trillion globally. These are the crimes that are actually taking place in the world. But what we also understand about South Africa is that South Africa is ranked number 3 in terms of the cyber crimes. And I think a lot of our parents actually are falling prey to these scams, whether it's on WhatsApp or whether they're getting an SMS to say click here or do something. And these are some of the crimes that are actually taking place. And I think my colleagues from the Hawks later on, maybe they can even give inputs as to what is actually happening and what are the numbers, the actual numbers in terms of the cyber crimes that are taking place in the country. But also what we are seeing is that there's an increase of 33% within crimes that are taking place for digital banking. So in as much as we are saying we are moving online and we're doing digital banking, but now we are then seeing that, there's a lot of crimes that are actually taking place within that sector as well. And these statistics are provided by Sabric. So I want you to go to Sabric's website, sabric.org.za, so that you are able to see some of this information. They've done a number of reports around, the crimes that are taking place. Recent thing that you have seen, I think all of you in the room might know about this one, the Transnet ransomware that took place. We then understand that, from that point of view, that it costed a lot of billions, not only for Transnet, but also the service providers or even some of the people that actually work with Transnet. We are then saying that the 60% of the companies that have experienced cyber attacks in the last year alone, in 2023, we have seen over 60% of companies doing that. But what is the landscape in terms of statistics on cybersecurity in South Africa? What we are seeing is that over 3,000, we need over 30,000 skilled professionals in the workforce. So what this means is that in 2025, we need to make sure that we upskill a lot of young people. I'm glad that there's a lot of young people in the room who need to be upskilled so that they can become cybersecurity, whether not experts or, entry-level jobs that we could create, whether you're analyst or whatever. So we need to be creating that. Number 2, we know that there's a skills gap, but it also presents opportunities. These opportunities speak to business. They also speak to people who want to enter into the employment, sector. And then what we then also see is that we need to create that youth-driven cybersecurity workforce. What this means is that young people are at the forefront of technology, they're the ones that are consuming technology. So in driving cybersecurity, we need to then work with young people. We need to get young people to learn on how to enter into the sector, whether we take them from the universities or we take them from the civil society, but we then upskill them so that they are able to enter into this sector. And that's what we need to be doing. So we also look at how youth leadership and vulnerability that is then there in the country with regard to cybersecurity. Youth are digital leaders, but also are the most vulnerable. Because they're not knowledgeable, we're not driving a lot of cybersecurity awareness. Now they become most vulnerable group of individuals. But also we are seeing that a lot of attacks that are targeted at that young audience, the young people. So the financial scams that we have seen, and also the data breaches that we have seen, they've been targeting young people as well. And also we need to have a youth cybersecurity hub. What we want to do is that we want each and every young person from the different sectors to be part of this initiative that we are creating. As CyberMate, we are creating a hub where young people will be learning on how to become cybersecurity experts and on how to enter into the sector, learn from the other peers, network with each other, expose them to also the opportunities that are there. So that's something that we are trying to do as well. Colleagues, I think you have seen that in recent times where a lot of small businesses have been falling prey to scams. Some people have actually lost, millions, and some of them have lost hundreds of thousands. A recent case we have seen on TikTok, I think a few days ago, a lady was presenting on how she has lost, she nearly lost about, 500,000 because of some email that she got that, posed itself as Department of Labor, Department of Employment and Labor. And she was able to pay those people. Unfortunately, the money went out, but through the help of the banks, the different banks, I think it was Nedbank and also Capitec, they were able to get that money, retrieve that money back. But it was an alarming thing, because I know personally of somebody who has lost that amount of money. But what this means is that young people that are entering into the SMME sector, who are becoming business people, are actually losing money. They are hard-earned money because of the cyber crimes that we are seeing. So which means the real target is this young people that are actually consuming the internet, using the technology, and are actually being part of the ecosystem, the entrepreneurship ecosystem. The key role players that we have identified is that government, and what government needs to do is to shape policies. We know that we have the Cyber Crimes and Cybersecurity Bill that was amended in 2021, started in 2017, and then 2021 was amended. But also we have, other policies, the POPI Act, we talk about that. But also from private sector, what we are then saying is that they need to protect innovations that are coming up. The likes of your geek culture, they are creating hackathons. They call them safe hacks. But out of those innovations that are coming from the young people, how do private sector help to protect and actually invest into those innovations? And that's the posture that we need to be taking as a nation. Lastly, what we need to look at is the academia. From academia, we need to drive research and insights. We are glad that the likes of the CSIR, and also I'm going to announce officially that we have entered into a 3-year MOU with the CSIR on cybersecurity research. Maybe people can clap hands for that. And through this partnership, what we're saying is that we want to harness the knowledge from academia and research, and then use this research so that we can create insights that will help either shape from a business point of view, from upskilling point of view, from even awareness point of view. That's essentially what we're trying to do with the collaboration that we have created with the CSIR. But also an interesting partner that we have as well is these guys who are here, who helped us to have this event as well, the Innovation Hub. So this is now from an incubation point of view, that if we get all these ideas and private sector is fueling funds into this innovations, then how do we then incubate these ideas? We understand that the Innovation Hub incubates brilliant ideas that are sustainable and that can create jobs in the country. Essentially, we want to also create jobs through that. But what is this Indaba all about? What we are trying to do is to bring in all those different stakeholders, from government, civil society, to small businesses, and the students themselves into one room. And this is what we're doing today. And then say, let's come and deliberate on the challenges that we have identified, and then come up with the strategic solutions to mitigate these challenges. And essentially, that's what this Indaba is all about. This is the first of its kind, because a lot of people have been saying that we have attended the security summit by IT Web. How different is this from the IT Web's one? And we always say that if you look at IT Web's one, it's actually like the boys club, the CIOs, the CTOs, and all those people. We don't have the voices from the civil society. We don't have voices from, government. We don't have voices from small businesses that actually need to be put into the whole ecosystem. That's essentially what we're trying to do with this whole Indaba. The 4 reasons why we're doing this Indaba: number 1, we want to discuss the current challenges that we have, but also develop those strategic solutions. Number 2, we're looking at how do we then create a cohesive enhancement of cyber education, cyber awareness, and also education. Because everyone is doing things in silos. I know that CSIR has run a whole campaign throughout the month. Ourselves as well, we have run our own campaign online. Yourselves as well, everyone is doing their own things, but we want to then have that cohesive approach and say, together, what can we do? How can we get also support and financial support so that we're able to run cybersecurity awareness and also education? Number 3, what we want to do is to then see how can we strengthen regulations and compliance. So lately we're having colleagues from different areas, from legal and the banking sector, but how do we then use this opportunity to strengthen regulations and compliance? But lastly, we want to then create that collaboration between public and private sector. Colleagues, it's very sad that when we go to government and then we hear that private sector is not coming to party, or when we go to private, they say that no, your government people are not even answering our emails. And that is very sad. And that's the reality, because we've been sitting in over 61 meetings since May until today. We have sent a lot of communication to a lot of partners. Some of them, they had promised to come here, but they didn't make it here. And this is some of the things that we need to be fixing as well. How do we then strengthen that collaboration between private sector and also public sector? But we have set up a website. This website is going to be available even throughout every year, cybersecurityindaba.co.za, where a lot of information is going to be shared. All the knowledge that is coming from here is going to be also shared on that platform, together with our website, cybermate.org.za. So we are calling for action. From a private sector, we are saying that invest in youth initiatives. That's what we are asking. Invest in youth initiatives. But number 2, open business opportunity for SMMEs from an enterprise development. There's a lot of young people that are in the ICT sector, and they need to be upskilled so that they can become service providers. It is not only that we are allowing Orange Cyber Defense, or we allow AWS and the other colleagues that are supposed to be rendering services for the municipalities. How do we get these young people who are rendering IT solutions, upskill them to become service providers in cybersecurity? Then we can then plug them into the system. And that's what we're asking from private sector. Number 2, from government, what we're saying is that shift policies towards skills development. I know we talk about 4IR all the time, but are we really working towards upskilling people, young people towards cybersecurity skills? And that's what we need to be doing. Fortunate enough, also an announcement that I need to make as well, is that we have created a collaboration with MICT CETA, who are going to be our partners also for the next 3 years. I think if you're not jealous, you can clap hands. Essentially, what we're doing as well with this is that we understand that a lot of focus is on the general ICT skills, but we are then saying this critical industry is being neglected, which is cybersecurity. And this is what we want to do with these initiatives, where we upskill young people to take advantage of the opportunities that are available for them. But also government enable SMMEs to participate within cybersecurity opportunities. By enabling, we are just saying creating those platforms, create the platforms for young people who are in the sector to take advantage of those opportunities. Lastly, from academia, we're saying that drive innovation as much as we can. I think last month we were sitting here with the Minister of Science and Innovation, Professor Blade Nzimande, and we are launching the state of innovation in the country. And the stats that came out are very shocking, that we are not even contributing even 30% in terms of innovation in the country. And the minister even called for us to do a summit next year towards speaking about what can we do from all these different sectors towards innovation. So we are saying that from academia, let's drive innovation, but also provide the necessary research that is important. Lately, we have CSIR to do so. So we look forward to working with you to make sure that we have a safer South Africa. Thank you so much, colleagues. Enjoy the Indaba.
Thank you. Can you please give him a round of applause? Wow. It's not always that I get to say dynamites come in small packages. Because why is the black pot calling another pot black? So I have an opportunity today to say dynamites indeed do come in small packages. Thank you very much, Tabang Pala. We could feel the tables coming here as you're speaking to show that you're indeed passionate about this topic that you're speaking about. He wears many caps. He's also an advocate for climate action. You saw he's wearing green pants. The stage is green. So he's a man of many caps. And I think of what he says, for me, what stands out is the skills that we need to advance this topic. I mean, I believe all of us in the room might have been victims of cybersecurity. Just 2 weeks back, I received a text message on WhatsApp from my younger brother. I am Pedi, ke nna mo Pedi. So he says, Thobela warra. That just means, hello, my brother. But in our 25 years of knowing this guy, he's never said to me, he's never greeted me like that. He says, Thobela warra. And I'm like, sure. He says, yeah, I need 1.8. I'm like, why? He says, it's personal. I'm like, what? Since when do you tell me that you need money from me and it's personal? He says, no, it's personal. And then I'm like, no, man, something is off here. I call my dad. I'm like, old man, can you please check on that young man there? He's talking to me in a funny language. He wants money from me. The old man checks on the young man and says, no, he's here. He's asleep. His phone is off. I'm like, oh, someone is trying to get money from us. I call my sister. I'm like, hey, people are trying to get money from us. I'm like, who? I'm like, someone hacked into my younger brother's phone. It's like, oh yeah, he called me. I gave him 2 grand. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, no, he called. He says he's in trouble. As a responsible sister, I gave him 2 grand quickly. I'm like, no, you gave someone 2 grand. He called the bank. He says, the money was withdrawn somewhere in Mpumalanga. This person is somewhere in Limpopo. These people are way ahead of us. And it permeates every sector. We work with the Department of Education. I was sitting with the DDG in Limpopo. He said, hey, we were alerted by the Treasury one point where the whole budget of the Provincial Department of Education was nearly wiped. Where Treasury called us and say, why are you moving all the money from your account? And says, we're not moving money from our account. And no. We're just waiting to press a button as Treasury to say money can go out. We just wanted confirmation. So this goes everywhere, to WhatsApp, to the department, and we need the skills to get there. Ladies and gentlemen, because it's an Indaba, we're here to converse, learn from each other, exchange ideas. Particularly what I like is that it's led by young people. We're going to call onto stage one of the prominent young people in the digital and tech space from an organization that would ring a bell to a lot of people called Geek Culture. We've seen and heard about these guys for years. And I'll be calling on stage the CEO, Tiani Ngonyama, who will be coming here to also speak about security by design. He has organized around the country quite a number of hackathon, coding events. He is a custodian of innovation and entrepreneurship in the space. A lot of young people that we are speaking about have went through his hands. Can we please give Mr. Tiani, the CEO of Geek Culture, a round of applause as he's making his way to the stage. He's looking around. Sure.
Good morning, everyone. For a second there, I thought someone else was being introduced. I don't know what he's talking about. But as introduced, my name is Tiani Ngonyama. I am part of an organization called Geek Culture. So Geek Culture is formed in 2 words, geek plus culture. So essentially we build a culture of geeks in South Africa and Africa as a continent. And ours is simple. We create and enable platforms for innovation and creativity. And I'm starting with this to build up on the context of what this is about. And in that essence of creating and enabling platforms for innovation and creativity, we have looked upon setting up a 5-pillar skills model, which starts off from realization. So how do we then instill interest onto young people to say that I've got the capability to be a key player in the sector, to be able to identify their capabilities in terms of the needs in terms of the ability to be able to say that I can be part of the creators. And then the second pillar of the skills model speaks to acquirement. So how do we then create these platforms for young people to be able to acquire new skills, to be able to gain training, to be able to form part of international and also local programs that are aimed towards instilling new skills, that are aimed at ensuring that that the shortage of skills is somehow met in terms of building up that pipeline. And then the third pillar in terms of the skills development model that we have created is speaking around development. So development is at the center of things, and the talk I'm going to be doing will be centered around development as well. So from where you are, from whatever skill sets that you have, how do we then help you to be able to say that you can continue to grow from where you are? So we differentiate between training and development, and we lean more towards development. Because with a training sometimes, you can go to a training, you are at a training all day, you are being taught about skills, but chances are that you're not really going to be using those. How many of us have been to such trainings? Right? So then how do we then set up that scene to say that we can help the end user, the citizen, whatever persona that they are, to be able to incrementally uplift themselves? How do we then set up upskilling, especially in cybersecurity? And then the fourth element speaks to redistribution of skills. So once you have acquired these skills, once you have gone through development, how do we then set you on a path to be able to give back in the society? So the skills redistribution element is also quite crucial. And then the last one is utilization. How are you making use of these skills? Are you using these skills for work? Are you using these skills to be able to build new solutions and such? So all those have culminated towards creating programs that are centered at ensuring that young people are able to develop themselves, they are able to put their skills to use, they are able to create solutions out of that. So we run a lot of hackathons, mapathons, datathons, ideathons, and all sorts. And those are part of the rapid skills development processes, part of solution development processes as such. But bringing it back to the cybersecurity need. So I must put a disclaimer as well. I was called only late yesterday to come and give this talk. So that's why I also have no slides. So I decided that I'm going to freestyle this. And as part of that freestyling, there's always a common message. South Africa needs a capable cybersecurity defense force. And in that notion, how do we then rally young people to say that you do not have to be the bad guy? We needed to ensure that we set them on a path of making defense sexy as well. So how do you make defense sexy? How do you become the good guy? How do you become a blue hat hacker? How do you become an ethical hacker? So with that in mind, we then went on a journey to say that what kind of processes can we put in place? But with everything that geek culture does, there are always three things in this order as well. Because we do not like to always impose programs on people. We do not like to say that because it worked in Gauteng, it can work in Kimberley. So the three fundamental things in terms of creating any kind of a program with us, we always look at firstly, the people. Then secondly, the process, and then the tools or resources. So firstly, with the people, do we understand the culture of the people? Do you understand what they are? What developmental needs do they want? Do you understand how they prefer to do things? So the different personas. And then with the process, do we know the how of doing this? And then the tools must always be coming in last. So I think we have seen in South Africa, and the government love doing this. Is there anyone from government here? No, it's fine. Some of my best friends are in government. But one of the things we've been seeing in government is that we'll go to a certain community, we build up a very beautiful hub. And then we are cutting ribbons. We have launched an innovation hub. But those things die out afterwards. There are a lot of those. So the notion of if you build it, they will come, does not work. If you build it, they will come. That does not work. It worked a little bit in the 80s, because in the 80s we used to say that. But it does not work. You need to ensure that whatever you are building it for the people. Do the people want it? And then you need to know the functionalities behind it. How will it be supported? Will the people be able to gain access to this? And then later on, then we can focus on the actual tools. But I'm mentioning this because with that in mind, we had to take an approach as to how do we then help the country build a capable cyber defense force. And it had to start from the young and upcoming developers. And then we said that we need to instill a secure by design mindset. And as Steve is here, so Steve has been part, we call him the digital fossil. And as a digital fossil, we gain a lot of wisdom from Steve in terms of how do we then set up these structures to be able to say that we can create different interventions. So with the secure by design mindset, so if you are a student coming from university, you are doing your third year, you are going into the industry, you are a developer. As a developer, do you have security mindset when you are building your application? We wanted to ensure that security does not become a by the way. We wanted to ensure that from the OSI model, the young people, young and upcoming developers are able to have security in mind. How do we then help you to shape a secure system development life cycle? The SSDLC. We wanted to ensure that you are aware of the threat landscape. We wanted to make you take cognizance that it is your responsibility as a developer to ensure that you're not compromising on the dignity of the end user. We wanted to ensure that as you're building your application can withstand the test of time, because they are always, the threat landscape is innovative. And I think there's been a common trend in South Africa in May. Around May in South Africa, there are certain, attacks that are coming in. And obviously you can use the trend map to see all the threats that are coming into the country at a point in time. There's a town in the Free State that is housing a lot of hackers as well. It's a very fascinating story. So with that as well, do we have the defense in this regard? So we created something called SafeHack, as my brother Tabang has said. So SafeHack was also centered at that. Hosting students from university, so we challenge them to build applications, but these applications must have security from the very beginning. And then we got them to scan the applications. So you can use different scanners as such, and then we took them on a journey of OWASP Top 10. So OWASP Top 10 is a great way as a beginner, because with OWASP Top 10 you get to see the top 10 threats or vulnerabilities rather that are identified as key in the threat landscape. So looking at it from web applications, also from an API perspective as well. So OWASP is a great startup platform, but there's also the OWASP Zend application proxy, which you can basically use to scan your web application, and then it gives you scores in terms of different kind of vulnerabilities in your application. Then from there, you go on to say that how do you mitigate this? The other process that we have taken, it was mentioning the IT Web Security Summit. I somehow felt attacked. But Steve has calmed me down. It's fine. So since 2017, as part of the IT Web's Security Summit, we created an industry response platform from a skills development. So there's the Security Summit hackathon, of which I've been leading in terms of curating and setting up. So that becomes a key pillar because we get to identify new talent as well, young and upcoming talent, and different organizations have hired from that platform, because that is one of the key things about hackathons. It becomes a pool of skills that the industry gets to hire from. But we didn't stop there. We had to also look at how do we deal with this holistically in the country. So with all the hackathons that we do, security become part of the judging criteria to say that your application needs to have security. So we approach it from a secure system development life cycle. So when you start with your application from the conceptualization stage, going on to requirements analysis, going on to design, going on to development, going on to deployment. How have you thought? How have you designed? How have you developed? How have you tested? And then also from a deployment point, how did your team consider and implement security into the application? And then as part of that journey as well, we also had to ensure that it also extends to the younger age. Also, we had to also integrate it as part of the digital literacy training programs that we do in marginalized communities in South Africa to say that we need to also build that mindset in communities. So part of that procedure, we create top 10 commands of internet safety. And then everyone would basically have to take a pledge in that. And then this year as well, what we have done was to create a government DevCon. So I did say that I've got some of my best friends in government. So in Durban, that's where we piloted the government DevCon, bringing in system developers in government. People who are developing these solutions that you are using at Home Affairs, you are using at any government department, to say that as system developers in government, us in the private sector are laughing at you. Because whenever we reference, and say that you need to build a website, there's a saying that don't make it a government website. So government websites become a referral point in terms of what not to do. And obviously security as well. Government websites. So that journey, oh yes, you were there in Durban, yes, you were there. Yeah, so that is one of the platforms to perhaps also start to integrate this in Indaba as well. Tabang was asking you to clap when he was mentioning different organizations. But I feel bad because I signed an MOU on behalf of Geek Culture with them. So where is our clap? All right, but essentially all this to say that we have the appetite to collaborate. We are willing to collaborate, and we are always open to collaborate. We are always, well, time that does not always allow, obviously, but we have to make sure that we are here. We are also here to support, but also to explore how is this platform shaped so that we can better support. And we do urge everyone in here to basically subscribe to this platform, the Cybersecurity Indaba, to be able to say that going forward you will form part of supporting. You'll go back home and, well, to work, and then tell them about it. Tell them that there is such a platform. It really does need to be supported as such. But perhaps next year it will be great that we maybe start planning in time also to show what's also happening within the sector, especially from young innovators as well, in terms of cybersecurity. I know what this is about. So let me. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
What an interesting choice of words. I know what this is about. I'm not sure if I am this object. Thank you very much, Tiani. You know, when you bring people up here to speak about something that they're passionate about, things that they know what they are about will appear. If South Africa was to produce Mark Zuckerberg, Tiani would definitely be him. In that space. So thank you very much for the collaborations and the work that you're doing. I mean, I looked at Tabang, he's informal. I look at you, wapere sporty, bucket hat. You can see, no, you're here, you mean business. It's not about the 3-piece suits that we're wearing. Colleagues, we're going to then move to the next speaker from CSIR, who is the head of cybersecurity there. A technologist from CSIR and leading some of the cutting edge research projects that seek to find ways to close the gap that you, Tabang, mentioned that the Minister of the Department of the Minister of Science and Innovation mentioned that we are not closing the gaps as far as innovation is concerned. I'm going to call on stage Mr. Samuel Fopane, a notable figure in South Africa's cybersecurity landscape, to come in here and tell us about the state of cybersecurity in South Africa as a researcher. Let's give him a round of applause as he ascends the stage. Oh, you will be, I'm not sure if that, oh yeah, he's taller than us, so he has the privilege of using the podium. I'm not sure if that microphone works. You'll use this one. But I don't hear myself. It's working. Oh, I think these things of putting headsets is starting to show that we're aging.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Yes. Or even yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Lefopane from the CSIR, and thank you, Emmy, the host. I work under the group that is led by Dr. Jabu Mtsweni. I think I was maybe wrongly introduced. I'm not the head there. Dr. Jabu Mtsweni is the one who's leading our group at the CSIR. So with the team, what we'll then do is just to share the surveys that we conducted for the past year and the findings that we got from the public out there. And it's, of course, a mixture of both government and private sectors. So in terms of the introduction, so we know, as the speakers have already indicated, that cybersecurity is a paramount concern for all of us as citizens, as the government, and as well as the private sector. So what we then did from the ICSC, the Information and Cybersecurity Center, it was just to then develop some questions so that we can get a state of how organizations out there from government and industry are prepared or are dealing with the kinds of attacks that they do find out there. So I'll just quickly take you through some of the findings that we got from the public and the private sector. So as I indicated, it was the questions that we just drafted with the team. And most of the respondents, of course, came from the government sector. So we've got a couple of 301 responded. So they completed most of those questionnaires. And this, of course, it was conducted in collaboration with the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies through the hub. And some of the questions, my colleagues also did a telephone or an online conversation. So this graph just shows, it was just an introduction, but I think most of the speakers have already indicated that cyber threats, they are a major concern. And of course, from the industry or from the banks, they've got accurate data in terms of how much loss does it generate. But this figure just shows us that in terms of the years, the increase in cyber attacks, instead of them going down, they go up. So it means these hackers out there or these attackers, some of them are, of course, they do manufacture this technology, so they are aware of the kinds of security measures that are implemented in the government industries or in the private sectors. So this is, of course, of a great concern, so that, as indicated, collaboration is needed among the government and private sectors to come together to come up with solutions or strategies so that we can be able to then have a way of not stopping, because, of course, there is no 100% proof system that cannot be attacked, but at least be at the front so that if these attackers or these hackers find a way, also, as partnerships, we can be able to address those concerns. All right, so this is just an overview to say that most of these questionnaires that we prepared, it was in terms of the practices, so we just wanted to find out from the organization, are there any measures that government or private sectors do put in place to ensure that they do minimize, so they are a step ahead in terms of these attacks? And of course, compliance is one of the most critical, as indicated, to say the standards, the regulations, those needs to be updated so that they can be able to enable the small business, so that when they come into the play, all the infrastructure is already there to allow them so that they can be able to tap in that to be protected themselves. So in terms of the key findings, what we found was that the public sector institutions conduct cybersecurity risk assessment. So most of this, of course, there's quite a lot of talk. Just this morning when coming on the news, there was, I think they would say it's the first year students, they did an analysis on the SASA, I'm not sure if it's the beneficiary applications that register, and they found some interesting stuff to say, no, something is dodgy there in terms of how can these systems that are built, and I think one of the experts indicated there that there is a need in terms of ensuring that the developers from the public space are upfront as well in terms of preventing these threats, so that people cannot just use anyone. And that, of course, it talks to digital identity. But I think we've got one slide so that we can be able to address that. To say, how can it be that government, they've got all these regulations, they've got all the policies that they do assess. It's not like organizations, they don't assess whether they, are they being attacked or how prepared are they if something goes wrong. They do. But why is it that even though they do this kind of assessment, the risk assessment for, to prevent cyber attacks, but there are those small loopholes that when they do launch the applications that are going to be exposed publicly, they don't follow those best practices. So, and also what we found is that the malware and phishing attacks are the most common cyber threats that most of these government institutions and private institutions do indicate. And it's very interesting because with phishing attacks, we know this mostly comes from emails, as one of the speaker indicated, and we are aware that with the POPIA Act being introduced, there is work that is currently going on to ensure that all these organizations, the private institutions, they do comply in terms of protecting people's data. So your personal identity, the record that they generate or they do get from us, it needs to be protected because that is one of the angle that the attackers use, because most of these marketing companies that are out there, so they do get these relationships from, if I go to the Department of Transport, I'm applying for my driver's license, so the record is already there, so I'll give them my identity records or my traits, so that is common, but then with them I do develop a relationship. So, and that is where now most of these attackers are able to trick us through this phishing, because if last week I was at Discam buying some medicine, and in 2 days' time, if I receive an email and I don't really look thoroughly, and this says it comes from Discam, I'm much more tempted to be able to click on that email without realizing that actually this is a phishing email. So in terms of the risk assessment, what we then did is, one of the questions that we did pose there is, how frequently are these cybersecurity risk assessment assessed and monitored in your organization? So you can see that most of government, because in this question we got most of the responses from the public sector. Private, of course, they do this. They are in the forefront. So, but what was interesting is that from the public sector, they do say that they run these risk assessments daily. But then if they do this kind of risk assessment and they monitor this in a daily basis, why is it that some of these great attacks do happen on their organization? So this was very satisfying, because it shows that organization or government, they're taking cybersecurity more seriously. In terms of the proportion of the organization to say how many of these threats, okay, the cybersecurity threats do they face, so you can be able to see that in terms of the number of employees in an organization, this is from a government point of view, we can see that roughly between 100 or more than 100 employees, they do get this kind of threats. So it means some of these, of course, they are generated, these are insider threats, but some of them is through the, as indicated, the relationships that the employees within an organization have with external entities. So they are able to click on those scamming emails, and that brings a risk to the organization's security. In terms of the cyber threats themselves, what type of security or cybersecurity threats does the organization face? This was sort of a choosing. So most of them indicated, as I've already indicated, that malware is one of the most common, and phishing as well, that they do face. And in most of this, we said, what is the root cause of these incidents? We just wanted to find an observation from all the employees within those to say, what is the causes of this to happen? And as indicated, most of them is, they responded that it's the third party that connects to their systems. And as indicated, insider threats also came up. So most of these government organizations, they are aware of that. And as well as the hardware-based attacks, okay? And the end user phishing, which is the common one that we all know. So, and what is interesting now is that there is a drive that the organizations do on a monthly basis. We've seen this mostly being adopted from higher education institutions to also other government institutions, where each and every month they will have this cyber security awareness, so that employees can participate or colleagues can be made aware of this kind of attacks that can maybe fool them or they might appear as if they are legitimate so that they can be aware not to be able to click on it. Okay, so this one, it was just for us to indicate the proportion of organization facing one or more security or cybersecurity threats. So we can see that more organizations, they are more prepared now. Even though we know that in terms of security, you cannot be 100% proof, but the number of threats, they are able to minimize it because they are a step ahead. So they take training of employees much more important. They ensure that the technologies that they employ are monitored daily so that they can be able to prevent this kind of threats. In terms of the cybersecurity preparedness, how many cybersecurity incidents have occurred in the past year in most of the organizations? So we just wanted to have a holistic view to say, if it's higher education institution, how many of these have occurred? So you can already see that between 1 and 5 of these threats, most of organizations, especially from the public, indicated that they are aware that they are constantly being attacked. So it is something that it's good because the number of threats are getting smaller, and so it means that most of these organizations are more prepared. In terms of the damage that this causes to the IT infrastructure, since most organizations are aware, and there was one of the experts indicated that the ones that are more vulnerable is the SMMEs. Okay. Bigger organizations, they are more prepared, they are well equipped, so even if they experience an attack, it's very moderate that they are able to roll back and be able to prevent it from happening. But for the small players, for the SMMEs, this is very, very, very a risk because the business can be closed and so forth. So this, it's in terms of the cybersecurity preparedness, we were looking at the response plan to say that, do give us an indication to say, do you have a formal incident response plan in place? And this was very interesting because from public sector, it was indicated that they do have this response plan in place. So it means they are able to then, if they are aware that an incident has happened, they've got a policy that can be able to address that. How the organization perception of preparedness to handle cybersecurity risks and the staff training in cybersecurity. And I know this is one of the most critical aspects, as indicated, to say there is a shortage of cybersecurity aspect, and so there is a need to be able to train those that are already in this space or move them from IT, because most of them come from the IT background. So as they enter, equip them so that they are more trained to be in this space of cyber security. So in this case, you can see that in terms of cyber training, organizations, they're taking it more serious now to be able to absorb young students that are coming. There's quite a lot of trainings that are, as indicated here, that there is also a hub, training hub that is being, even at the CSIR, there's a learning factory in connection with the manufacturing that are leading in terms of grooming up the young skills that is coming in this space. In terms of how many employees in your organization have received cybersecurity awareness training in the past year? So this is most common, as you can see, even though it's not more of these employees are covered, but there is this increasing trend to say organizations are driving this awareness to employees. There might be some that others, they see these emails to say, participate in these quizzes that we do post, so that they are being able to be trained so that they are aware of these kind of things. Most of them are taking those awareness trainings that are offered by their employees more seriously, so it means they're starting to participate in them. So this talks about the skills gap. So we've already indicated that the skills, there's quite a shortage in terms of the skills that is needed by the country, so that we can build up a pool of professional or experts that are able to then advance our defense mechanisms in terms of cybersecurity. So in terms of the detection and response to phishing attacks, so most of these organizations, they are able to detect and respond swiftly to this kind of attacks. So through the user trainings, awareness, and some do offer mechanisms such as multi-factor authentication to ensure that they minimize this kind of attacks happening on their systems. In terms of the frameworks or the standards, and of course this is very crucial as indicated to say for every application that is developed, it should be assessed in terms of conformance to the standards or to the regulations. So most organizations did indicate that they take the NIST cybersecurity framework being applied, even some of the ISO and the POPs also frameworks being applied. So we can see that most of them, normally they do use international frameworks that are out there through the NIST organization. Now, the post-incident security practices that are implemented to say after an incident have occurred, what are the best practices that organizations do practice? Okay, sorry, I thought I was more loud here. So multi-factor authentication adoption, it's one of them that most organizations responded in saying that this is the best practices that they employ. And one of the most interesting one, it was in terms of the moving exchange to cloud, okay? So this are the kinds of the post-incident security practices that most, especially from the public sectors, that they've indicated that they do implement or employ. In terms of the remediations, the use of identity access management, it's one of them that most of them indicated. API protection through the web applications, and backup, it's also one of those remedies or remediations that are being implemented if something happens or something goes wrong. So in terms of the post-incident preventative measures that are taken, the pen testing, it's one of the, this is of course most of the developers, they use to ensure that whatever they have created, it's being tested so that it cannot be easily hacked. So in terms of the security gaps, this we have seen in terms of the introduction of online or remote work. Okay? So most of the organizations, roughly 77%, this was a mixture from both government and private, they agreed that the need for specialized cybersecurity skills has increased due to the introduction of remote work. So this we do know. But as indicated, there is quite a need to be able to groom the young graduates or the young skills so that they can be able to enter into this sector. Just to summarize on the digital identity aspect, because we know this is the norm now, all of us, our records, we are, or our identity is being represented digitally. So it is very important for also organizations to be able to come into play and protect this identity of their customers so that they can minimize or play a role in that chain of security, because security even if you develop the best application, but if the system is not secured enough, then it's going to lead to a big problem. So in terms of digital identity, what we have gathered or from the respondents out there is that they've indicated that the problem that they are aware of, especially from the private sector, is that in terms of the tiers, so where these records or these digital records of individuals, the moment they start having a relationship with an organization, this is where most of the hackers learn through the habits or their relationship with that, and then they use that so that they can be able to trick them in realizing that they are speaking to the genuine organization, whereas they are not. So this is of most important, and we know that most of these organizations, even from the government, what they then do is that from the relationship that I can have with the bank, for example, or with the Department of Transport through my driving license, some other organizations, of course, this is a business, they're in the business of marketing. So then from there, they can be able to then group people according to their characteristics or relationship. So we'll be grouped to say, this is Sam, is in the 40s, is black, so and so. So all these individuals that falls within that, so they get to be grouped and are marketed. And this is where now our data goes out so that these hackers can be able to absorb. So they can learn about us because they will know that Sam has got a relationship with this organization and this organization. So it's very important that also the introduction of digital identity as we speak about cybersecurity is taken into context. And of course, in South Africa, we then pose this question to say, these digital identity services that are out there, which one, or these services, which market are they mostly being used? And most of the respondents we got was that it is of identifying us, individuals, rather than the assets or the physical objects. So even though there is a rise in terms of the IoT sensors so that they can be digitally identified, but currently now most of these digital services, they are out there to recognize us. And this, of course, we do know because everywhere we go, or each and every aspect, to be able to verify that it is me, they will require my digital record, either my fingerprint or my record through the driver's license and so forth. So there are certain risks that are associated with these digital identity services that needs to be taken care of. Just in closing, the key findings that we found is that 95% of the respondents have indicated that they have got data backup and recovery plan in place, which is good. So because it means if something goes wrong, it's not the end, they can be able to reverse even though they might suffer some financial loss. Encryption is one of the ways the organizations they use to protect their sensitive data around that. And what we can conclude is that cyber training or the grooming of our young entrants into this space, organizations, as indicated, there must be collaborations around government and private institutions so that we can be able to groom our young coming future specialists in cybersecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CSIR. I believe we get now the picture of what's really happening in the country, in our organizations, and how prepared and in what state are we able to respond to some of these things. So we highly appreciate this overview of the current. It doesn't look that bad, but I think there are some areas of concern that we would want to actually work on, and I would have also like to see how are we doing in comparison to other countries either on the continent and in the world as far as cybersecurity is concerned. Now we're going to move to, the first speakers were just setting the scene and telling us what is it that they're doing. We then had an overview of what's actually the current state in the country. And then now we're moving to a speaker that is to then give us a vision of where do we want to go, or where could we go, envisioning South Africa's digital future, safeguarding our cyber ecosystem. We're going to then have the CEO of Zetna, Mr. Mulihe Wesi, who very soon he might be introduced as Dr. Mulihe Wesi. So he has been a leader, a distinguished leader in this ICT and business space. He has been with UP, so there's quite a number of projects and interventions that he has led. He's one of the think tanks in this space. And we are very privileged to then hear from him where, as a sector, are we going with cybersecurity. Can we kindly give him a round of applause? Then we're having the first speaker that is wearing a suit like me for the day. Can we please give him a round of applause as he ascends?
Program Director. I hope I'm audible. No, short. All right. Thank you for the very interesting introduction. I have to say I'm not used to such kind words. For correction, MC, you are wearing a 3-piece, I'm wearing a 2-piece. So I think you're a level above me. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, mine is quite easy. Even though I'm a regulator, I'm not government. I need to disclose and put those disclaimers out there. I work in between. It's a very gray area. And the area is government, civil society, private sector, and any other interested stakeholder within the internet ecosystem. So with those words, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just have to really jeep on my speech. I wrote a speech for you guys. And now having had Tate Phala, Tate Sam speak here, now they stole my thunder. There was one slide there where he was talking about awareness, and I said, good Lord, now I have to change the entire thing. But nonetheless, I'll try my utmost best. With those few words, really thank you very much for the intros, MC. Good morning to the distinguished guests, panelists, and subject matter experts, the event sponsors, and I see one in front, Mr. Neil Dundas and his organization, ZACR. I will disclose later how we know each other. Colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, once more, good morning to yourselves. Really, it's a great pleasure to be standing here. I wouldn't say I'm a subject matter expert, but I'm just I would say someone that has conversations around this topic of cybersecurity. As much as you are in this room to learn, I think I'm also here to learn from yourselves how to really better one's ability to engage and really address some of the social ills. By way of introduction, I am from the South African Domain Name Authority. I think, fortunately, there's one center in VETS that gave us a small paragraph in their book as to who we are. But just maybe to put it out there, we regulate the South African internet space, meaning that everything that is ending with a .za is under our regulatory auspices. You must have seen a stand as you walked in on your right-hand side. That is a key stakeholder within our value chain. It's one of the, I would say, registry operators in the country. I'm saying one, and I know they'll shoot me because they are the only one. But the other ones are more administrators of other second-level domains. So, jargon aside, what is it really that we do? So really, if you are interacting with an AC.za, you are interacting with a .co.za, .org.za, it really hits our infrastructure and then sends you where you are going. Now, what is quite profound and why am I here, you might be asking yourself, cybersecurity, domain names, how do they relate? I think it goes without saying, if we have a safe internet ecosystem through the interventions of cybersecurity, I'm glad to say that people will buy more domain names. If you buy more domain names, I get more money. So it's really that simple. One thing that is quite notable as part of the introduction is really looking at the .za namespace relative to other domain namespace. I'll put my neck on the block. I was sent a report, I think it was 2 months ago, which said that for every 1 million domain names, we only have 1,000 incidences. It's nothing to celebrate, but it's quite good when you look at other big CCTLDs, which is country code top-level domain names. The other thing, we remain, I think, we are now 27 in terms of popularity out of the 1,000 of domain names across the globe. One thing that we normally celebrate is that we are the largest on the continent. By far, I think I was notified, was it 2 weeks ago, that we are now sitting at 1.382 million domain names. And the next person to us is sitting at, I believe it's 300,000, if I'm not mistaken, which is Nigeria. So that further fuels that online squabble we have with them. But that simply means that, colleagues, with those facts, our responsibility is quite immense as a country. And I'm speaking to those in this room because another head that we also wear, we are the Secretariat of the South African Internet Governance Forum. And we are blessed, sorry to steal your thunder, Mr. Dandas, we are blessed to have Mr. Dandas, who serves on the Global UN Internet Governance Forum, on the multi-stakeholder group. So really, the intent of these forums is to drive conversations like this. That's another reason why I'm here, because it falls under my part of my responsibility on the other side. Trying to go back to my speech. Now, I think what has been noted, and it's quite interesting about South Africa, is, you know, when one goes to these far-flung, under-serviced areas, you always encounter a situation whereby someone, when you tell them about domain names and what they do, they will always ask you, but I'm looking for a job. And you come here and tell me about domain names. And the inverse could also apply in the digital era, because we have quite great ambitions of digitizing everything and leveraging the internet and digital technologies that come with it. But unfortunately, that digital paradox emerges, because the more you actually avail these resources, the more you bring people on board and partake in the space, the more they become exposed. I think what the MC indicated was the brother. I hope it was a joke, but it's a reality on a daily basis. Without naming names, I know of maybe 1 or 2 cases that stick out. Someone was buying equipment and someone intercepted their invoices. They paid over into the wrong account. Long story short, 4 million gone. So these are realities that businesses deal with. And you might argue that as normal citizenry, we really don't interact with it. I think you just made a very simple, direct example of a WhatsApp. Even myself, a week ago, there's one former colleague of mine who sent me a random WhatsApp. And you know your colleagues, right? There was a specific way that he greeted me. Hello, sir. I said, this is not him. Thank you. This is not him. And from that onset, I started engaging the real person. Now, you could imagine someone who is from Welkom, which is the township or the town that I'm from, who really does not understand these concepts of cybersecurity. And really, they struggle with even translating internet into Sesotho. For those that don't know, in Sesotho, you call internet marang rang adi computer. Now, I know there's much more complex native languages out there. And I'm mentioning this because from time to time I have the pleasure of commenting on cybersecurity on Lesedi FM. Now, what is quite interesting about that is the first question that comes to people's minds is, Ndate, can you please go back a couple of steps and explain this in a dumbed down type of way, and please speak Sesotho. By that time, I tell you colleagues, I've been trying to speak my top level Sesotho, and someone comes back and tells me, speak it in a language that I understand. And this is another conundrum that I really think as a country we are faced with. We have now 12 official languages. If you look at the academe, one would argue that only 2 are advanced in terms of delivering content, researching, and so forth. The other ones, we are still lagging. And this is at the center of that particular question, speaking to the issue of, education. Now, one other thing that I got to learn also 2 weeks ago, which is quite fascinating, is as South Africa, while we might say we are privileged to be in this room, but there's 12 million other South Africans out there without employment, without a matric. How do you continue to engage those? Because those are your most vulnerable group, and those become people that actually are being exploited on a daily basis. I'll always throw examples. There's one person that I was interacting with, and they were saying to me, I got a job interview at a call center. Immediately when someone says that if you have loved ones, please ask them to go verify. Because I asked them 2 simple questions. Did you apply? She said no. Okay, that's an X. Now, where is this thing? They say they are close to Rosebank. Immediately when someone says, I'm close to a landmark and I did not apply, just know that you are being scammed, or you are in the process of being scammed. And these are quite simple things that maybe those 12 million people out there desperate for jobs do not know. And I'm hoping conversations from this particular forum will actually address some of these issues. Now, we heard from the previous speakers talking about awareness, training, and skills. I'm just going to throw a different angle to it and say, I'm confident in this room. You have 2 or more devices in your possession or within your access. Now, if you have 2 or more, you now tie it to the digital identity you just learned about. So there is a portion of you residing in those devices. And from time to time, I can assure you, your primary device will always be with you. These other secondary ones will be somewhere else. Have you ever tried to scan with an antivirus what goes on into those? And this is a reality of most, South Africans. They have these devices, but they really don't know what that implies. Now, I need to be very cautious because I hope they sponsor me next year. So you have social media platforms, let me keep it that way, where you have multiple digital identities residing in those. There will be terms and conditions, but there's that little fine print. As much as they will put controls in place to protect you, you remain accountable. Now, for you to exercise that right of accountability, you need to be aware, you need to be educated, you need to know. And how we work in, Africa, we are nucleic by nature. So if you teach one, one will teach the other one. And this is really the approach that I'm hoping we will look at when we start doing these awareness campaigns, leveraging, native African teaching and learning systems to reach the masses that are out there. Moving on, really, I'm not going to quote the stats. I think a brilliant job has been done. But what I would really want to emphasize is, while, of course, we might be celebrating these accolades in terms of Africa being ahead of everyone, it simply means that we will become the guinea pigs of many of these nefarious and malicious actors. So as I wrap up around, of course, the issue of skilling education, it is important to ensure that when we approach, we must approach it knowing that we will never reach that number of 30,000 of people interested, but you must spark that interest. You must spark the conversation. And then from that conversation, there's multiple platforms that needs to be set up. And I really loved what was said here about the issue of digital hubs. And I can attest to it. It's a fact. Multi-million rands, digital hubs, innovation hubs have been built around the country. You can do a desktop study today just to determine how many of those are being used. Now, the reason why they are not being used is because most of the time, things that are led by government or state-owned entities, they need partners within the ecosystem to see them live beyond wherever they are. Now, this is, of course, a call to those that are interested to say, be it you are a researcher, be it you are a social entrepreneur, those spaces are meant for yourself. Engage these entities because they have run out of ideas on what to do in there. Maybe you might have a fresh idea, maybe it might be utilized. You'll never know up until you try. And of course, moving on, I think we touched on risk assessments and intelligence. One thing that I would like to stress and linking it to the previous presentation from Dr. Pala, while of course you are looking at cybersecurity as your core, there's other components of cyber warfare. I think he touched on it and he glazed over it. Now, if you are familiar with arts of war and the domains of warfare, you will know that there's marine, there's air, and then of course there's land. But in the recent years, a new one has emerged, which is cyber. That is why you will find that a lot of countries have invested tremendously in terms of building up their cyber, what is it called? Cyber force, or warfare capabilities and defense. South Africa is one of those countries in the continent that actually has a position or a policy position on how they are going to build this capacity and capability. I believe it still remains to be tested if it is out there, but I know it's themselves and a couple of other countries, not more than 4. Before I stepped on stage, there was a question relating to how far are we in terms of security. I think we are beaten hands down by a number of countries across the continent, and this is based on the Cybersecurity Index, the most recent one, and also the ITU one. I think we are still in the top 10, but we are not in the top 5. So it really means that there's a lot of work that has to happen. These continuous introspections, risk assessments have to be there. Do not be afraid to put yourself out there and be questioned by those that are in the knowing so that they provide you with expert advice. So really that touches on the issue of risk assessment. Now coming to business continuity and disaster recovery. While of course I have to pitch this at a national level now to maybe operationalize this idea because they tend to be too academic or rather too commercial in terms of sales. When you touch on these, part of business continuity is to ensure that your core services continue. It was evident with the previous speaker when they showed Transnet, and I shared a similar experience around Transnet. They closed down their ports because of the attack. Now, what does that imply? Remember, trucks that transport goods don't need to stop. They always have to be on the road. That simply implies anything within that value chain and the subsequent or secondary value chains collapsed for that period in time. Most probably, we are not shown these stats. There are a couple of people that lost their jobs. And we are a country that's struggling with issues of jobs. So really, these things, they tend to touch us quite personally and quite simply put in a very, how can I say it, profound manner, because it could be life-changing for a lot of us. Now, it is quite important where government, parastatal, private sector, really they come together and formulate a plan on how to say, how do we continue with this core business of ours? Because I know for banks, they are expected to have that as per SAP standards. For higher education, of course, it's quality assurance. You're expected to have it. Other sectors, is that imposed? SMMEs, is that imposed? I doubt. And I'm mentioning SMMEs intentionally because if you look at any economic activity, you'll realize that more than 60% of any economic output relies on SMMEs. If now they become the target, it simply means you are collapsing your economy. So these are questions that I'm saying in terms of business continuity, in terms of disaster recovery, we have to address, we have to talk to. This, of course, goes beyond being a personal imperative, now becoming a national security imperative. And I think as one wraps up, really, it's a call to everyone in this room and beyond, and those that we might have a conversation about this conference and say, hey, I went to this Indaba, and I heard this guy from government talking flowered English at the podium. Most probably we need to get his details. Most probably we need to get details of his colleagues and start having a conversation as to how do we become part of this revolution. I'm mentioning it in a way that, you know, when you say movement, movement has a beginning and an end. When you say revolution, it will continuously evolve. And you need to align. I think colleagues who are from UP, I know there's now a new focus around the fifth industrial revolution from a research perspective. While, of course, some of us are still doing research in 4IR and having conversations on technology from the third industrial revolution. All I'm saying is this thing never stops. It always tends. Just make sure your voice is heard. There's multiple platforms beyond this. And just ensure that you safeguard those that are vulnerable and you become the advocate in one form or the other of those that have been victimized. I think, ladies and gentlemen, with those few words, I thank you for your attention. I will not take up more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next time I will remind you to have your third piece of the suit. And also thanks for the moving insights that you're sharing with us. And what I hear oozing from your presentation is mostly the vulnerabilities. That there's quite a number of points that are vulnerable. And as you're mentioning that, I'm wondering if small, medium enterprises are going to be vulnerable and attacked. I'm also then just thinking about our children that are now increasingly spending most of their time online. And we have human trafficking and all of these things. Now in the basic education sector, there's a trend every second week, a young person killed themselves because they were cyberbullied. And there's a gentleman in this room whose name is Mr. Paseka Njobe. He was a director of school safety, a directorate within DBE, Department of Basic Education. In his time, he was focusing on ensuring that schools are safer physically. Towards the end, he had to start a project where then he works on systems to ensure that then even online safety is integrated into that. He left the department. He thought he was taking an early retirement. They then had to find a way to pull him back so that he can support that work. He's running quite a number of national programs that are looking at online child safety, supported by UNICEF and the likes of Google. I see Mr. Tomben is here, Sipo. So during tea, please have a conversation with him to also hear about the vulnerabilities and some of the interventions that he's leading to ensure that the sector and our children are also safe online. Now we're going to then hear about unmasking digital footprints, leveraging OSINT for proactive cyber defense. We will have Mr. Tulani Mabuza from Orange Cyber Defense, who is also a key consultant in that space. He's a leader of a team at Orange Cyber Defense, a team that is looking at these interventions and coming up with innovative solutions, especially supporting government and businesses on ways through which they can defend themselves to some of these cybersecurity threats that we're hearing about today. But before, is everyone fine? Yes. Are you fine? Yes. Are you sure? Okay, that's fine. I will see what is it that I give you. Maybe after this presentation, we might have just a 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back. I wouldn't want now the other speakers to be coming and we are sleeping because they are coming later in the program. Can we kindly just stand? Can I request everyone to just quickly stand? Just stand and stretch. Just stretch. If you don't know what stretching means, you can ask the person next to you or look around. And yeah, thank you very much. We may take our seats. Connected?
Yeah, not as yet. Can any of the technical guys maybe assist? They say the mic works. Yeah. Yeah.
Is this thing on? Okay, maybe I sing a song while we. I'm just using my nerves, so yeah. No, it's not the mic it's the projector. Okay, so but this one works. Yes, the mic works. And we're live. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I think I don't have much time. I've been given 15 minutes to have a chat with you. Maybe by way of introduction, I'm Tulani. As the MC has already alluded, I head up a team of consultants within Orange Cyber Defense. Passionate about a lot of things, but security pretty much takes the highest prevalence in terms of what I'm passionate about. Ethical hacking is at the core of what we do as an organization and what I do. I love consultancy. I love talking about security. Please don't come with marriage problems. I love traveling. Traveling is pretty much, exploring new things. I think as someone who is in tech, it's in our nature to kind of wanna, get curious about things across the world. And the last one, which is very close to my heart, is mentorship. I love giving back. I love sharing what I know. It's at the core of what we do also as an organization. We do a lot of things that help empower other people out there. And then in terms of the agenda for my presentation, I just want to touch a bit on OSINT. So the topic is unmasking digital footprints, leveraging OSINT for proactive cyber defense. You would wonder, why are we going to the basics? OSINT, it's open source intelligence. Why are we doing that? Why is it important today? There's a lot of experts who are speaking, about other things that are pretty much advanced, but I decided let's start from the basics. That is because open source intelligence is also what the attackers use to target you guys. And it's important that you know how they do it. And that is why I'm going to talk about this today. So I'm going to give an introduction to that. I'm going to touch on why it matters. I'm going to pretty much run through some common OSINT tools. And then the how, perhaps a quick demo of some of the interesting tools on how you can gather information. And then a quick Q&A, provided we do have time. So in terms of introduction, OSINT pretty much refers to the collection of and analysis of publicly available data. We live in the digital space. Majority of the speakers have told you about how you have your information out there, you as an individual, you as organizations. All that information is out there and can be collected and analyzed, not only to do good, but guys like us use that to do harm, ethically, of course, so that we can help you secure yourselves. Why does it matter? This will help you build a proactive cyber defense framework. If you know about yourself, if you know what's out there about you, it will be easier for you to know what to protect. But if you do not know, you pretty much remain in the blind and you won't be able to protect what you don't know about. And then the second one, real world relevance. Information that is out there is about you, it's about your organization, it's about things that tie back to your organization, whatever the case is. Attackers use that to map the attack chain back to you, where they can ultimately cause harm to the organizations. It helps mitigate attacks, I think, as I've already alluded. If you know about yourself, if you know about what's out there, majority of the things you might not be in control to prevent it from being out there, because let's say, for instance, you're an e-commerce shop, you have to operate online, so your site has got your domain. You can't hide your domain because people need to hit your domain so that they can get the services that you offer, but you can control what happens beyond that. And if you know everything else that is aligned with that domain, that ties back to the domain, it could be the underlying infrastructure where you've hosted the domain and the like, you'll be able to protect that. And then common OSINT tools, if we can maybe have a look at that. Tools, the Harvester is one of my favorite tools. Pretty much one of my favorite tools because it pretty much maps out everything that is out there about you. It could be your domains, it could be your emails, it could be your IP addresses and the like. Pretty much scrapes the internet, various search engines, takes that information, correlates it, and puts it in my hand. As an attacker, this tool is free. I use that for free. Why can't you use it for free? As a cyber defender, to know exactly what is out there that is about your organization. Shodan, pretty much also one of my favorite tools. You will pretty much see everything that you have open out there to the internet. Could be your open pods, could be your open services. Hey, you can pretty much see all open cameras across the world using Shodan. It's free. It's out there. There's obviously you can get it for licensing, but there's a community edition that you can just get to pretty much view these things for free. Attackers leverage this information. They leverage these tools to know about you. Google Docs, knowing how to Google. I think these days we talk more about AI. We forget a bit about Google. Google was our best friend for the longest time. You can still use Google to pretty much milk out information about your targets by simply knowing exactly what to probe for on Google. So you can use Google. You don't even need to be a hacker to do that. You just need to know what to search for and how to search for it. And you can pretty much get the information that you want about your target. Multigo, pretty much one of my favorite tools as well if I want to go after you, social media, type of situation where I kind of need to map out your identity. I can pretty much use that to map it back to you and find out all the information I can about you across various platforms. There's many more. Profiler is also one of my favorite tools as well, which you can also use to pretty much profile someone. Look them up in various social media platforms, get that information correlated, and that is your target. You have all the information that you need. That information can be used for pretty much anything. Now, perhaps a quick one to just show you maybe what some of the things can do. I don't have a target. No one gave me permission to do something on them today. But I saw the CEO of ZNow is here. If maybe I can take advantage of him. Is he still here? He's left. Okay, I'm gonna use ZNow as an organization, not the CEO, so I'm not going to do anything on his accounts. I'm pretty much going to quickly log in. And I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, so I'm pretty much sharing my screen now. Can you confirm if you guys can see the font? Okay, cool. I've got bad eyes, so I assume everyone else has got bad eyes. Okay, so I'm quickly going to show you how one can ultimately just, pull out information that is out there about you and correlate that and map out your email addresses by simply just looking you up. There is a tool called Crosslinked. You can use that to pretty much pin up a combination using names and the domains to map out an email address. You can use that. Very quickly, you can have a lot of email addresses of the people for the specific organization that you would like to get. I played around with it earlier, and I played around with ABSA, absa.co.za. That is not their real email combination. That's not the right format. I think their format is name at domain. So whatever email addresses that are going to pop out here are not real email addresses. So those of you that are recording, please do not think you now have your next target for phishing. And you can simply hit that with that simple command. Let me just assume my pseudo state. Got fat fingers because I'm on stage. So this is going to run. And it's pretty much going to start scraping for the first names and last names of anyone that is associated with ABSA and build that up into email addresses. Now, what can you do with that information? Why would an attacker do that? There's various things that you can do. One, spamming you with phishing emails. Perhaps I want to market my new mobile phone that I built in my backyard, and I want to send it to people. Maybe they might show some interest. You will see that it has found 319 unique names related to that. Perhaps let's just see what that looks like. That is the list of pretty much the email addresses that you can get in an instant. That is your information that is out there. When you create your LinkedIn profiles, you're pretty much giving that information out there. So there's your first name, there's your last name, there's your first name and your pet name, whatever the case is. It's going to look up all that information, though not all of them might be correct, but you'll find that all of us use our first names and last name. If you go on LinkedIn, I'm Tulani Mabuza. I'm not Tulani Depot. I'm Tulani Mabuza, unless maybe Instagram go with a different name. But that is the information that is out there. Attackers can do that, leverage that, to then come back to you in a matter of minutes. They don't need to go look you up elsewhere, free. So these are some of the things. You might not be able to control this information because it's already out there, but you might be able to control what people can do beyond it. And the rest of the speakers have touched on that. Awareness. Can we make the people aware? Your email is not gold. You can't hide your email address, to be honest with you, especially if you work for an organization that has got a digital footprint. But you can control what can be done in terms of that. And then I'm going to go to the harvester and pretty much maybe try to see what details we can find on Yahoo, on the Yahoo search engine about ZNow. So this also, helps you pretty much, like I said, this tool helps you scrape the internet for various things. We found one email address. I didn't want to keep it long, but you can pretty much, have it run on all the search engines as well. And you will see it will pretty much run on, various elements and search various search engines as it goes. You will see it was searching Anibis, it was searching Bing, Baidu. It's pretty much searching everywhere for anything related to, your infrastructure, your domains, your email addresses that are out there. This is the information that is out there for the taking. If you can use these tools to understand what you have exposed out there, we generally, say to clients, do you know your footprint, your assets that you have in your organization? Can you confidently say, hey, here is all my infrastructure and there's nothing else that I can't account for? Some of them say they do, but then when we go do a footprinting exercise, we find that there is assets that are hanging out there in the world due to various aspects as well. Valid reasons. Handing and taking over wasn't carried out correctly. The guy that left, he was spinning up a virtual machine on AWS and they were in the process of migrating to Azure. Those machines are left out there unattended, but they still tie down to your environment. They still touch base with your internal systems. So those things are important. You kind of always need to know where you stand. You need to map out your infrastructure. You need to know where all your inventory is. So with that, I'm going to move back to the presentation and close it off. Those are the two tools that I just wanted to quickly go through. Like I said, I don't have a lot of time. Had I had a lot of time, perhaps there were some interesting things that we could explore. And with that, I would love to maybe mention the last few things from the presentation. If you can just give me a sec to share again. So now, with those things being important, there is pretty much, so much that I can say about footprint, about, what we can do as attackers and what, the impact is and the like. But I think the important thing that I want to bring home today is that we all have a responsibility. Cybersecurity is not our problem as the people who do this for a living. It's not the problem of the CEO. It's not the problem of the financial institutions. But each one of us sitting in this room and everyone else out there, they've got that responsibility to ensure that they contribute towards a safer digital society. And we don't want a state whereby you are this guy. That's the last thing that we want to see. And we continuously see, CSIR has highlighted the surge of these cyber attacks. This happens all the time. Can we do something about it? By simply doing a digital cleanup, hygiene of your infrastructure. Make sure that the information that is out there is known and you know exactly that you've got control on what can happen beyond that. And with that, I would like to urge you to be proactive rather than reactive, because then it's too late. You are that guy that I showed in the previous slide. And with that, I would like to thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, can you please just give that another final round of applause? Take the volume down a bit, or... Thank you very much, colleagues. Yeah, this thing sounds like it's a cybersecurity issue. I'm not sure if the audio is being attacked. Colleagues, now we're going to then enter into a conversation. We want to then see a live conversation on stage. We're going into a panel discussion with a few speakers that are also working in the field, still under the theme of envisioning this space and the work that is being done. The topic or the theme of the panel conversation is still envisioning South Africa's digital future. And I'm going to call each and one of the speakers. I'm starting with Mr. Steve Jump, strategist, coach, and mentor in the space. Can you please give him a round of applause as he's coming to take his seat, because he's going to be the one facilitating the conversation. Yeah, you need to sit there as the facilitator. Just be sure that the chair is steady and is not attacked. Cybersecurity attacks everything now. Steve has unashamedly has a technical background, being both a fellow of the Institute of Engineering and Technology and an entrepreneur. Skills he uses to translate complex technology into serious business value. He currently consults, coaches, and advises in the field of information security and cyber risk governance. Can we please give him a round of applause? I'm going to then call our next speaker. Our next speaker is Neil Dundas. I'm not sure if I'm calling that correctly. He's going to be joined by Sipho Mtombeni and Professor Elmarie Kritzinger. And they will briefly introduce themselves, and I'll just hand over to Steve to wing it. It's not going to be a very long conversation. Quickly, in just 30 minutes, we would have had just some of the highlights and what they do and what are some of the lessons that they have for us. Thank you very much. Let's give him a last round of applause.
Thank you so much for that. Now, we haven't met as a panel before, so I'm normally quite a nice person, so I'm not going to let that slip today. So we haven't got long, but can I just ask you for a quick, brief introduction, what you do and why you're here, and then I'm going to be your interviewer, interrogator, and hopefully information coach. Please.
Oh, you can start, ladies first.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Elmarie Kritzener, I'm from UNISA. I've been at the university for 25 years, and my main focus is information security, but focusing on schools. So information security awareness for children, teachers, and schools. And my passion is to make sure that we get this important topic that all the speakers mentioned today into schools, into a curriculum, into training the teachers, and ensuring schools have the correct policies and procedures to make sure that every learner in South Africa is digitally safe. We talked about making sure that organizations and people working today and the workforce is digitally safe. My point of view is, or my wish list, is to start at the school level. So when they get to university or they get to their jobs, they already understand digital footprint and they understand digital ethics. So if I can put one thing on the agenda, is how do we get this into a school curriculum? How do we teach the teachers and to make sure our children is safe and that they are the workforce in 10 years, and that they are digitally trained when they get to the positions you're talking about. Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. My name's Neil Dundas. I'm the CEO of a company called Domain Name Services, Pty Limited, and I'm also a co-CEO of the ZA Registry Consortium, amongst many others that I'm involved in. So I'm really involved in industry, in the operational environment. My background is that I was an attorney for my sins for a few years and changed over to the business world and specifically tech. But essentially our responsibilities are to maintain a critical piece of internet infrastructure, and hopefully I can share some insights and answer some questions and maybe learn a little bit from everyone here. So thank you for the invite.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Sipho Mtombeni. I am a Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager for Google. I'm based in our Johannesburg office. I take care of our SADC region. Like Neil, I am a lawyer by training. For my sins, I'm still doing that. But I am really just here to kind of talk about what this very important topic is about today, and I thank you for having us.
Okay, thanks. First time I'm hearing most of your CVs. Now, this isn't going to be your average interview because I am going to try and make you think. I'm sure someone told you that in the past. But we had a topic for this, safeguarding our cyber ecosystem. Now, I want to twist that a little bit because I'm saying, yes, we focus on the cyber ecosystem. We get very, very wrapped up in the tools for cybersecurity. So I'd like to put a little bit of a spin on this. Should we not be trying to use our cyber tools to safeguard our social and business ecosystems? Still cybersecurity, but now focused on our end users, customers, and citizens. So we seem to focus on how to detect and recover from cyber attacks more than how to prevent them. So, and the majority of these attacks, in my opinion, because I also study the statistics, most of the attacks that make the news, sadly, are more due to our failure to put a lock on our cyber door than the fact that the cyber criminals have become extra good at picking our locks. There is an element of that, but the majority of what causes harm to our citizens is the fact that we didn't even think to put a door in, let alone give them a lock. So I'd like to ask you of your experiences in or around actual cyber incidents that you've come across. And it doesn't matter in business context or personal context, but putting your cyber detective hats on there, using your chosen professional skills, is there anything that you would have done or could have done to prevent that cyber incident? And that's my perspective. What can we do to stop these things happening rather than being better at getting them fixed afterwards? Does that sound like a good starting point? In that case,
Sure.
the talking stick is in your hands.
Oh, sure. All right, great. So, I mean, I think for us, one of the words that have been spoken about today already is secure by design, right? So, secure by design really means about making sure that what we build is safe already. I'm not sure if the sound is not, is it me? Is it, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. But secure by design really just talks about how developers design their products in such a manner as to ensure that we don't, when you put it in the hands of customers, they can use them and use them in a manner that it's already safe, right? So I'm not going to sell you something and then try to on-sell you and say, actually, you need this other thing to actually protect it. So secure by design is actually a good principle that we believe in, and we believe it should be. Now, in the space of AI, in the world of AI that we live in now, I think a couple of examples have been given by previous speakers around how the attackers are already using AI systems. They're using chatbots, they're using LLMs to be able to now kind of do the work for them, right? So now you get a chatbot that calls you, it's automated. This guy is sitting somewhere, he's got it calling 10 other people, or sending texts out, and it's also starting to learn how you would text other people, and it tries to emulate that. So we've seen how attackers are using AI systems. The obvious one is generative AI that we've seen, where people are using kind of deep fakes, etc., to be able to kind of draw you in as part of their phishing scams, etc. But part of what we need to do now, and how we're thinking about it at Google, is that how do we then use AI in a manner as to defend our users and our customers, right? So when you think about it, in the same capacity that AI has to do these great things, or these terrible things, where it's able to kind of generate a voice of your loved one, and you can actually believe that it's your loved one on the call. In the same way, we should be applying that same technology as we're designing the product, right, and making sure that we are building that into the product. So, in as much as we don't kind of announce it all the time, etc., but we have built AI systems and machine learning systems into products like Gmail, for instance, where it generally works to detect a lot of these scams already before you even see it. Because I think we all know, and I think a lot of speakers have spoken about it, that one of the biggest failures that drives into cybersecurity concerns is you and I. It's the human factor, because I'm the one who clicks on the link, and I'm the one who's going to follow through onto or respond to an email or respond to a call of a loved one without verifying it. So how do we then use technology like AI to be able to then counter that part of it? And then just my last point, as I said, I am a lawyer, so I always think about the policy side of things. When I'm thinking about policy now, and for South Africa, we are at kind of that point where we're thinking around how do we then come up with policy or regulation for AI and other emerging technology. One of the things that I'm always concerned about is that how do we then create an ecosystem where cyber defenders, like what we've just seen, are able to continue to innovate and create tools and systems and build products that are by design safe, without being stifled by policies and regulation, but then we know that attackers are still using this technology. So it's one of the ways that we need to think about how do we use emerging technology, the same ones that the attackers are using, but using it for defense.
Thanks, Ipa. I think, in fact, if we have time, I want to come back to that in a few minutes' time. But Neil, your views on stopping it?
Thank you. I think, just like Google, we've also got a very big ecosystem that we take responsibility for, and that's the co.za system, or the ZA domain name system, if you like. We know that a lot of critical services and application solutions is available via the internet. A lot of this depends on the DNS, and it's in everyone's interest to safeguard the DNS. So our approach as a critical stakeholder in that field is not only to look after our own infrastructure and our own services and to guard against cyber attacks and cyber threats, but we've also had to extend that responsibility to the internet public at large. Because in a way, we want to establish .za as a safe place, as a place that can be trusted by consumers and the vulnerable members of the public. So our focus is very much split between looking internally towards hardening and securing our infrastructure and our services, but also through outreach, through using tools like AI and other types of algorithms to try and look through the data that we do have to identify potential instances where there might be suspicious activity and try and stop those from coming to the fore and victimizing people. So I'm a strong believer that data analytics is a fantastic tool if you have access to large amounts of data, if you can use tools like AI to analyze it and to look at specific data warehouses that you can structure. I think it's possible, and we have seen it in the past, it's possible for us to actually identify these trends within our namespace, within our ecosystem, and then it's just a matter of having a multi-stakeholder type of approach to try and combat this, to develop the right policies, to take the right corrective action, and to try and minimize as much as possible the consequences of cyber attacks, especially in the DNS space, on the members of the public. I don't think we're ever going to get ahead of it. It's a moving target all the time, but we're doing our best to try and narrow that gap between something happening and taking advantage of the first victim and us being able to take action against that and shutting it down.
Thanks, I like that approach. Anne-Marie.
Thank you. What would I do differently? I would seriously request the Department of Basic Education to make this part of the school curriculum. I know they've introduced robotics now, and so that is a nice space, life orientation, but to start with awareness on a school level, and because these are the children in the next 10 years that needs to create the programs. So you cannot wait till somebody is in the first year at university level and then start talking about a digital footprint. It is a bit too late. So my wish list, as I said, is start within schools. That means you've got connected to every school learner in South Africa, every teacher. That per se implicates to every parent of that school learner you get to. Because how do you get to the general public if there's not a national initiative? You get the school learners involved, that gets the parents involved. Phishing, we said, is one of the cities, 45% is end users. We know they are the problem. How do we get to the public out there? Through the school system. In South Africa, there's a number of initiatives, and some that was mentioned today, but it's a very silo-based approach. For us at UNISA, I've been working on a cyber awareness toolkit that we created with the British High Commission. It's been translated. We talk about translation. We're busy with the translating of a glossary for cyber safety terms. So there's so many projects in South Africa, but we're not combining it to get one vision or one space to go to the Department of Basic Education to say, let's get this into the schools. If we can train them on a school level that they understand the concepts, the one-word ethics, then when they get to university or they need to go to innovation spaces, they are prepared for this. I've got 2 teenage daughters, so I'm 100% understand everything that's going on. In our high school, there was a suicide of cyberbullying, and then the questions comes out, who is responsible? Must the school be involved? If they were bullied by cyber children, what does the law say? Is the school responsible? Is the bullying of a minor responsible? We don't even start talking about inappropriate material like sending off inappropriate photos. School learners don't understand it because they're not educated. So they go through 12 years of schooling. Yes, they can do maths and they can do geography, but they're not digitally savvy. Basically, all school learners in South Africa are a cell phone. I would not give my teenage daughters a key to a car if they don't have a driver's license. So we're dishing out iPads and laptops and desktops for every school learner, but we're not making sure they understand how to use it. So basically, we are responsible of not teaching them. So my wish list today is, if there's anybody in the education space, Department of Basic Education, I think this is a place to start. And then when they get to the industry, and they're part of the thought leaders of creating policies and procedures that they've learned at that school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I like that. Now, we've touched on a couple of areas where legislation has put its head in, and that's a long topic. I don't want to go into that too deeply, but when I'm talking about cybersecurity, I've got a unit that I bring into the conversation. I call it the go-go factor. Would you give this to your grandma? Now think about that. How many of us have grandmas with smartphones? Most of us. How many of us are scared when we get strange messages from them? So we do business that way. We are bringing the entire social grant system, everything into an electronic space. At what point do we attribute liability to our service providers? And I'm thinking banks and the supermarkets and the online traders that we rely upon for protecting the people who today we say are not being protected. Is that something we should be doing technically? Do you have a view on the legislation? Or do you have a better idea? All ears. Yeah, no, you're holding the talking stick, so you can start.
I was handed the hospital pass. Look, I think you're right. A lot of us in the industry, service providers and people that provide infrastructure that are part of the ecosystem, and obviously retailers, these type of things, have a responsibility to look after the vulnerable communities, the elderly, the young, and the youth.
Customers.
But not necessarily only customers. There was a good saying that popped up a year or two ago when we had someone giving us an internal training course, and it came down to simply saying that there's nothing common about common sense. And I think if we rely as a mitigating factor on common sense, I think we're going down the wrong road. There are vulnerable communities that simply don't have the depth and the understanding of the threats and the extent of those threats that it can have on them. And these attacks or these threats essentially are becoming extremely sophisticated, which makes it even more difficult for vulnerable communities to actually identify them and not be caught up in a victim scenario. And I think it's responsibilities such as on the registry service providers, registrars, retailers, e-commerce providers, payment gateways, banks. It's the responsibility of them certainly to create awareness and also to act as quickly as possible in, say, removing these threats, if that's at all possible, in order to minimize the victimhood. So I think there is that responsibility on them. I don't know about holding them liable for that. I think everyone, is probably trying their best. It's like trying to grab water in your hands when it comes to trying to tackle these things. Everyone's trying to do their part. There's some coordination that will help amongst different parties that will make our efforts a lot better. But everyone is, I think, their heart and their minds in the right place to try and sort these things out and to try and tackle them, to try and minimize victimhood. But I don't think there should be a legislative background to this that imposes penalties or liability unless there are instances where clearly a party could have done something, they didn't do something, where there's elements of gross negligence. But I think that's already covered by what we have in terms of the law. Other than that, I wouldn't create any new forms of liability on anyone. I wouldn't suggest that.
Okay, I would pick you on that, but we're not here to argue the niceties. But secure by design leads to secure by default, meaning it should be safe out of the box. When you first connect to a new app, it shouldn't be trying to kill you or allow someone to steal your goods. There is legislation globally, and I am prefacing this because you said you're a lawyer, so I can be complicated. What we call resilience legislation, which a failure to protect customers or citizens against threats that we have recognized in the design process can be penalized. So that's a very deep hole. Your views on that? Should we run away from it? Should we embrace it? And I give you the reference of privacy legislation. We totally failed to self-regulate until it became criminalized.
Yeah. All right. So, I mean, I'm lucky to work for one of those companies that believes that responsibility is important. It's a key pillar of product development. So security by design, security by default is one of the principles and priorities in anything that we do. If it is not, it will not pass muster, it will not be released. And also we are one of those that also work with governments and make sure that when legislation is passed fit for purpose. And I think that's where what I was trying to warn about in the beginning, that when we do think about legislation or regulation in the space, we need to make sure that it is fit for purpose, that we are dealing with whatever the risks that we're trying to address are, but without stifling innovation, because that's where the concern would come. I think because the biggest things here is that innovation moves so fast that society is catching up, right? So all the rules and everything that we're trying to do to bring are catching up. About 2 years ago, 3 years ago, a chatbot I won't mention came out and put this Gen AI space in people's face. And now you could actually speak to a chatbot, whereas AI used to be something that was for the scientists and the engineers at the back. Now people started speaking to this thing. It started getting them excited about what technology is moving to. Only soon after that do people think, hey, actually, but what are the rules around this? Where does my data go with this? How does this thing respond to me? And what we've been doing is that we've been catching up with technology. The responsibility for developers and people who are bringing out these products is to make sure that it's done so in a responsible manner. I'm not saying let's not be innovative, but what we need to do is to make sure what we're bringing out into society is something that society is able to kind of mitigate for. Some of the rules, obviously, we will not be able to determine at the very step of development of some of these tools. However, and I think this is the approach that we've always taken as Google, is that we won't release anything out into public unless we are very sure that we have covered all the bases for our user safety and make sure that it's compliant with all of the laws. Whereas, I mean, others have been reckless, and this is where, again, you now need to bring in laws to say, hey, actually, you can't do that. So there is a balance to be struck, but most definitely, if there are rules that need to be brought in, let's do that, because we do need to make sure that the technology works for society and that we are not trying to kind of catch up with it. And this is where that there is a space for rules like that, to make sure that if you are being irresponsible with how you're releasing technology and using technology, and not making sure that there are safeguards to protect users against attackers, then you should be caught and held accountable for it.
Thanks. Elmarie, your turn, but I want to put a spin on yours as well. We're living in a world of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. I'm not going to go into that. But a large part of that level of attacks' ability to hurt people is because no one sees it coming. I'd bring that back to education. Do you have ideas to help?
Yes, two things. Yes, we don't see it coming, but teenagers see it coming and they do it anyway. So it is awareness. And regarding the policies and procedures, please don't quote me, there's nothing in schools. So the school bodies doesn't understand what they need to do. They don't know their responsibility regarding to the Child Protection Act. So we are not teaching the learners on misinformation. What is deepfake? What is this? So we need to take the responsibility through policies and procedures, that schools have guidelines on how do they educate the children on all of these fake news, what ethical use of WhatsApp. Every school in South Africa is using WhatsApp, even if less than the age that it should be. But there's no rules on what the kids can do on WhatsApp. And then you get to a very ethical environment where you cannot put it in boundaries. Maybe what's ethical for me is not ethical for you. Maybe if I swear and you don't swear, where do you draw the line? When does the school get involved? So I think awareness on these topics. How would a child know what is fake news if they were not educated on the term of fake news? How would the child know about the digital footprint if they were not educated? Many parents in South Africa don't know it, so we cannot assume that it needs to come from the parents. So we need to rethink the whole landscape and to get to the teachers, to get to the children, to get to the parents. Because we can say is, yes, when they get to organizations, they need to know ethical programming. We didn't teach them that in the curriculum. So we, I think, have to go back, identify the things like fake news, ethical responsibility, ethical society, and put that in the curriculum. The high school I spoke to a few years ago, when I asked them, how do you get to the dark web? Half of the matrics raised their hands. Big warning sign. If children know how to get to the dark web through Tor, what are they doing that we're not controlling and that we not taught them it's ethical or not? So, yes, I think coming back to awareness of communities that do not have that do not have probably matric or higher education, that does not work in an organization where it's mandatory as part of your work agreement. We have to get to those people because those are the people that's too vulnerable and that will probably be part of the phishing attack that will lose the 2,000 rands. So I think it's our responsibility as organizations, as bodies in South Africa, government, to go to all these teachers, school owners, parents, vulnerable communities, and get a national plan in place and roll it out. So it is part of basic education, there it goes. No?
Okay, I like some of those ideas. See, I once called out a head teacher on stage who said, each one, teach one. Now, I subscribe to that, but I'm an engineer, so I said, why not each one teach two? They didn't get the joke, I'm afraid. I was being serious. So how are we doing for time? Someone said we needed to be done by 12, but we have time. Okay, if no one's going to throw me off the stage, I just keep talking. And I'm looking to my friends here to help me. So let's bring it back round. Sipo, we've talked about legislation. We've talked. You brought AI in, and that's a bottomless pit. So I really don't want to go too close to the edge. But ethics, a choice to act or a choice not to act. I see us as being cyber-aware professionals. We are on the edge of ethics. We are, most of us, employed. Where does our personal positions? Let's bring this home. It's a psychological, it's a personal, it's a social position. Where do ethics drive your motivation to help make this a better world in cyberspace for everyone?
Sure. I mean, that's an easy answer for me. So I work for a global multinational company, but I'm still a South African boy at the end of the day. I still grew up in the Free State. I still live in Pretoria. I am that, right? So whatever I do, however I interact with what the principles of the company that I work for, I always need to make sure that it comes back and translates into my community. And a lot of the things that we're doing, and we do need to talk, there's a lot of things that we are implementing in the country with the DBE, with some of the partners in the room as well, so let's chat. But it's imperative for me that we make sure that at a grassroots level there is in education, for instance, right? So one of the things that I try to do is teach my circle of friends, right? Let me try to check with this room. How many of you have done a Google security check on your Gmail recently? Let's start here. How many of you have a Gmail address? Yeah? Gmail, yeah? And then how many of you have done a security check in the last 3 months in your Gmail? Yes. Less than half, right? So I start by that. So there's this thing that you must do. Please go into your Gmail and say security checkup. Do it every 2 to 3 months. You are able to kind of make sure that you're protecting your Gmail account from vulnerabilities, right? So that's just standard practice. How many of you do a password check on your passwords, on anything that whether it's your banking app, it's your Facebook, it's your whatever? When was the last time you changed your passwords? or an audit of your passwords. Right. So one of the things I try to do in my community is tell the next person, teach the next person, because I think in as much as a lot of the platforms and a lot of these products do come either from international places or wherever they do come from, even from corporates locally, if we don't speak of it and make it a more regular conversation about, because I think if I were to go to my grandmother and say cybersecurity, let's talk cybersecurity, then she's going to be like, yo, what the hell? But if I start explaining to her in a manner that is going to be understandable in her language and say, hey, okay, how about these kinds of SMSs? Don't go there. Don't click this. Don't do that. Then we are kind of now starting to change behavior, because I think it's the behavior of humans that got us here. And that's for my little 2 cents that I can do, and I believe we can all try to do. So after you do your security check, please check another 2 people and make sure they do their security check, right?
Okay, can you hand to Marie, please? Neil, I'm going to leave you for the last word.
Oh, you're the...
But that's serious. Take that idea home. Talk to your family, brother, sister, mother, father. Take it to church. Take it to the rugby club. Make it a topic of conversation in an open environment. I don't know if it works better over beer. Give it a try. But let's destigmatize it. It's something that we all need to do. Sorry, Marie, your turn.
Over whiskey, single malt.
I go for whiskey. Right.
Yes.
We've got a plan.
And I want to come back. What he said is, when we said is how many of us checked, not half of us raised our hands. And I presume we are professionals sitting here. We knew about that. So how does South Africa get to communities that do not have somebody that can talk over a barbecue chops on that? It is a responsibility of the South African government to get to everybody in South Africa. Or it's via the cell phone people. If you buy a cell phone, there is something you can do, an awareness program. And not only a multiple choice that you can tick if and then go on, because you can pass by just picking C, but thinking about how must these awareness programs look? What is interactive on one of the previous speakers said is to a specific community and the need within the community. So I think we must ask nicely, more people, for instance, cell phone companies, the banking companies, where the vulnerable communities has the one-to-one connection point. I've got a cell phone at Vodacom, I bank at ABSA. So it's already 2 contact points. If you ask those people to start that connections, but more in an educational way to make sure is that awareness is actually doing awareness. And that is a tick box approach. Then we can get to the vulnerable, because many of the talks I go to is focus 80% on organizational structures and people in organizations. We must rethink the landscape for vulnerable users outside of those spaces, because they are the one that's going to click and send the money and be one of the cyber victims in South Africa. Thanks.
Neil, you have the chance to wow us with your last words.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing is that, and what I've recognized or realized, and I think it's probably obvious for a lot of you, but it's just dawned on me that, I mean, obviously cybersecurity is a multifaceted issue, operates at different levels, different phases. So I'm approaching this issue not necessarily from a proprietary system that produces products and services for clients, an educational or awareness perspective. I think these are all very, very valid and critically important to protect those end users out there. But from an infrastructure provider, someone that has an organization that has been involved in the fundamentals of how the internet or the digital space is created, how that is collaborated across international borders, how policies are developed at an international level, and governance. And what reassures me is that I know the people are working at all these different levels in order to improve the situation. I know at the level of infrastructure, industries like organizations like ICANN and many others, cybersecurity is top of the priority list. And it comes down to promoting more collaboration with more stakeholders in terms of developing policies, consensus policies, or it could be in terms of developing new technologies, innovations, security protocols like DNSSEC in our industry. It's interesting to see that this is not just a very flat system, and the defense against this and the mitigation against this is not a very flat system. It's multifaceted and multidimensional. And it's encouraging to see that we're becoming more and more aware of this and actually doing things in our own silos. So working in silos is not necessarily bad, because you can specialize and get to the crux of the issues, applying your skills and your expertise. But then obviously instances like this forum is where you can get some collaboration across those silos and share it. So I think we must also, the last word I want to say is I think we must be careful. A lot of times when we're looking at these things, we're coming at it from a particular perspective dimension. I think recognizing that there are many other angles to this is important to realize as well. And I just realized that listening to my fellow panelists. Thank you.
I think you're 100% correct. We need technical expertise. And there's a focus here on technical cybersecurity as a career path. That's not wrong. But I also stand up and talk to people wearing a lot smarter suits than I can afford to buy. And my theme is that cyber risk is way too important to leave up to IT. Yes, it's a technical dimension, but it's a primary business risk and it's a primary social risk. So I think the answers we've had today, excellent. I'm hoping they're stimulating some thoughts, because the best panels leave more questions than we provide answers to. So thank you. I'd like to thank my guests, Sipho, Neil, Elmarie. Thank you very much for joining here, and I hope I haven't terrified you too much, but it is a scary space out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you very much. Can we please give them another round of applause? I think the conversations and the different perspectives that were had are enriching where we could, as a sector, be going in the country. And I like what the facilitator says. The good panel discussions are actually the ones that leave more questions than answers, showing that there's some work that we need to do. So according to our program, we're supposed to be having a presentation by Neil, but I would not want us to break this, mood of conversation. So I would like us to then jump straight into the second panel discussion, and Neil will come afterwards. So the second panel discussion is looking at building resilience, strategies for strengthening cyber defenses in key industries. And on the panel, we have Wayne, I'm not sure how I'm pronouncing this, Pochenpoel. Is it how I say it? Is it correct? Yeah. Okay. Wayne from TFL Consulting, Charmaine Stradom from APSA, Professor Sizwe Snail from Nelson Mandela University, and David Muepeng from African Cyber Smart Network. Can you please give them a round of applause as they make their way to the stage? Like I did with the previous panel, I'm only going to introduce the facilitator, Wayne, who will sit here, and then he will then hand over to his panelists to present themselves. Wayne is a seasoned consultant and the founder of TFL Consulting, with over 2 decades of experience in internal audit, risk management, and business turnaround. Specializing in the insurance and financial services sector, Wayne has built a career helping organizations achieve sustainable growth, optimize governance frameworks, and manage risks through the integration of innovation, AI-driven processes. Neil, over to you.
Great, thank you. Are we all good here? Fantastic. As has been mentioned, I'm an expert in the risk consulting side. And of course, we're talking about cybersecurity, and your question is, okay, what has that got to do with cyber? Well, let me inform you, I deal with risk every day, and cyber is a risk to my business as well. So cyber is everywhere. And the way I want to start, and you'll see I've got a book. I don't have a laptop here. I don't have a notepad, and there's a reason for that, because I didn't want my panelists to know the questions that I'm going to pose them. But before we start, I just want to do something quickly, and I'll explain later why am I doing it. I'm going to give you an introduction to what we're going to talk about.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining me today as we explore a topic that is at the forefront of both opportunity and risk in this digital era: cybersecurity in the age of artificial intelligence. We live in a time where technology is transforming industries, unlocking new efficiencies, and reshaping the way we do business. As technological capabilities such as AI grow, so do the threats we face. Cyber criminals are leveraging AI to scale attacks, evade detection, and exploit vulnerabilities. What does this mean for us? Well, our approach to cybersecurity needs to evolve as well. We need to adopt more sophisticated proactive strategies to defend our systems, data, and businesses. The digital era has brought immense opportunities for innovation and growth, but it has also opened up new frontiers for cybercrime. In this presentation, I will outline how businesses can stay ahead of cyber threats and explore how artificial intelligence is reshaping cybersecurity, both as a tool for defense and a potential path for new attacks.
Great. So what did I do here? While I was sitting there, I created this. I've used the ChatGPT to give me an introduction, and I've used 11 labs to do that. So the point I'm trying to make, I mean, we're living in an era that is digitally enabled, that is technology enabled, and we cannot do anything. We cannot operate without using technology. But enough for the introduction. I think what's more important is introducing my panelists. And if it's okay, I'm going to allow my panelists just to give their name, their background, and what organization they're from, if that's okay. Could we start, Caesar?
Microphone check. Good. Good morning, everyone. My name is David Mwebeng from the African Cyber Smart Network. We are a non-profit organization that promotes cybersecurity awareness through capacity building of organizations that do or that are active in this space across the African continent. I'm a cyber psychologist by training. I specialize in understanding the factors behind people's behaviors, habits, and practices online, so as to develop programs, interventions that are designed to promote and drive safe online practices. I'm also a qualified trainer. I train non-IT professionals on basic cybersecurity.
Fantastic. Thank you, David.
Good afternoon. Yes, we're in the lunch hour. So, Charmaine Strydom, I work for ABSA. I think someone said someone was a fossil or part of the fossils. I think I'm part of those. Been in the industry for many years. My current role at ABSA is cyber risk management. So really, the topic of resilience is quite close to my heart. It's something that we live and breathe every day. I'm glad I've heard that there's some customers of ours in the room. And I think that this is very important. The discussion today has really enlightened me as well around how we should look at things from different dimensions and elements and aspects. So looking forward to the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Sizwe Snail Kamtuze. My emphasis on Kamtuze. I do not enjoy being called with the colonial surname. I'm a practicing attorney and also a specialist in cyber law. As I came here this morning, I was thinking 2008, we had the inaugural Lex Informatica conference in the same venue. So that was a little bit interesting to come and be here again. I also teach law, and I wear many hats. Today I'm wearing the hat for Nelson Mandela University. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. As we've just heard now, I mean, we're crossing various industries from the banking to the education, and I think it's going to be interesting. Just to give you a quick overview of our discussion today is, I'm first going to focus on the cybersecurity challenges being experienced in each one's domain. And then also we'll speak about resilience strategies that you have in place. And of course, the cross-industry collaboration in terms of cyber, if that's okay. And then we'll end off with just a future outlook of where we see it going. So just my first question would be, each industry faces unique cybersecurity threats. Could you perhaps share top challenges that your sector faces? And perhaps give us some insight into how they have evolved. Anyone?
Thank you. I'll start. So in my space, we work with different industries and not a specific industry. So as I said, we specialize in driving the development of safe online behaviors and habits. It has already been mentioned that cybersecurity is not just a technical issue. Coming from the cyber psychology background, I will add that cybersecurity, it's very important that we have that understanding that it is also a psychological issue. It is also a social issue, because our engagement with technology and through technology as individual users is habit driven. It's our practices are behavioral in a lot of ways. And even in organizational settings, it is important that companies, organizations have that understanding. Often our approach is misguided because we think users are like any other tool where you just press a button, an on button and an off button. But unfortunately it doesn't work like that, because as I've indicated, that our engagement in digital spaces is more behavioral. It's more habit-based, and therefore the way we interact with technology needs to be designed in such a way that it addresses the factors behind user-based vulnerabilities. The factors that make us susceptible, that's a very tongue-twisted word, I'm sorry about that, to online scams, to the risky online behaviors that we see exposing us to cyber attacks. Therefore, in any industry really, the starting point should be, how do we empower people with the knowledge, the skills, the understanding of cyber risks in a manner that they can come already empowered to practice online safety from a very safe point of view, in terms of their behaviors, in terms of their habits, as well as practices. And that's one of the main issues that I believe industries need to focus on, and understand that the users are not just buttons where you can press an on and off button. Already, in a lot of organizations, you see there's a trend where we promote, health and safety. Some organizations will even pay for gym subscriptions for their employees, because they're trying to promote a positive mindset when it comes to, healthy lifestyles. And we should approach cybersecurity in the same manner. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think a point that you once again mentioned, that has been mentioned previously by the speakers, is that awareness, but also with a combination of behavior. We are just that type of beings where behavior is important, but creating the right awareness could help us with the right behavior. Right mindset. Great. Thanks, David. Go for it.
Thank you. Yes, I think as being part of the financial sector in South Africa and actually 12 other countries in Africa that we operate, we have a responsibility to make sure that the financial sector is stable. And I think our world changed a lot. You asked challenges, what we faced. Our world changed a lot with the onset of ransomware as a service, cryptocurrency. It really changed our focus from traditional cybersecurity to cyber resilience. And that is really an important factor. Not only did we have to continue to make sure that our customers are safe from cybercrime, which staggering to think that South Africa, I think the previous speakers talked about the statistics, it's still staggering that we are still such high in the international side in terms of cybercrime. So we have to continue to protect our customers while also making sure that the financial sector stays stable. It's the core and the backbone of our society and the SMEs. If the financial institutions that actually help process the payments, etc., is not stable, we really have a huge challenge. So our focus had to change from just cybersecurity to cyber resilience. And I think the key thing there is that you have to continue to protect. I think Steve asked the question from the previous panel, you know, should we not, if we look at some of the attacks we had in South Africa, most of those are schoolboy errors, to be honest. You know, it should have been prevented. However, we have to also acknowledge the fact that, yes, we need to strengthen that, but especially as a financial institution, we've moved beyond that, and we need to make sure that we have the agility to recover from an attack. We need to be able to quickly contain. We need to be able to quickly communicate, manage the fallout into our supply chain. And our biggest challenge at the moment is our third parties. Our biggest challenge at the moment is to understand our full value chain so that even if we are able to keep our systems up, if our value chain are not able to, it will impact us as well, and we will not be able to operate. So we're partnering a lot, and I'm sure that will be some of the questions you'll ask us later, so I'll stop there. But we're partnering a lot with the industry to make sure we can work collaboratively to maintain that channel.
Fantastic, Charmaine. You mentioned on the supply chain and your vendors, and if you look at the statistics, there's actually an increase of attacks on the supply chain of things or on your vendors in order to get to the bigger picture of the bigger systems in the banks itself. How do you balance the innovation and making sure that you comply with regulation, being the financial sector, which is financially regulationally driven?
That is a very good question, and it is a balancing act because you want to maintain the innovation, and we are a very heavily regulated, and so we should be because of the impact we could have on society and the economy. The challenge I think we are facing is, and I think the way we deal with that, the balance is that we actually partner. We do look at how do we share our resources and skills, and in many cases we actually would then also leverage off international companies to also help us within. The key thing I think is awareness and visibility. Awareness has been used quite a lot, but not awareness just from an end user perspective, as what you were talking about, but actually awareness within our supply chain as well. Do we have full visibility of the interconnectivity that we have with each other? That's the biggest challenge, I think. The old way of looking at security as a castle with a wall is long gone. And that's why we need to go back to basics of security principles, least privilege, zero trust, because you need to actually treat every connection you have as not trusted. Trust but verify is no longer the right model to use. So I think that's how you would do that, is you would work together, you would use technology, but more importantly, we need to grow the skills within the organization and within the country to be able to understand these attack vectors that we are facing.
Thank you, Charmaine. You know, as the saying goes in cybersecurity, trust nothing, validate everything. Cesar, your insights?
Okay, so I'll talk from 3 industries, which I think I've been dabbling the last couple of 5 to 10 years. I'll start with the profession of a lawyer. I think we've had a big metamorphosis happening amongst attorneys when it comes to cybersecurity. I think 10 years ago it was their problem. It wasn't our problem. Until the attorneys got hacked and the Panama leaks, and then people started noticing that, actually it's our problem. We as attorneys, we store a lot of confidential information, even in terms of data protection principles, the whole issue of technical and organizational measures, that should not be underscored. Like I said, 10 years ago, it was more about information security, your traditional CIA triangle. Things have evolved now. When you talk of cybersecurity, you have concepts of cybersecuritization. You have the human aspect, which you were talking about. I was hoping you were going to touch on social engineering. I was waiting for that word. You know, so from a legal perspective, I think a lot has changed. We as attorneys are also big targets, especially conveyancing law firms, business email compromises. There's 2 big cases that have been in the courts in the last 12 months. So I think the legal sector has really had to transform and get with the program. When it comes from the educational sector, I think the educational sector has been already exhausted in the discussions here today. But I think on the educational sector, we forget a lot about the students themselves and how their information is loosely used and loosely collected. Okay, you've got this whole community of students who are all using apps, recklessly sharing them, and what are we doing about security in that particular aspect? And then I think the last aspect would be the regulatory side, where I was a lot involved with data security. And I think in terms of that, it's lack of education on all levels, be it grassroots levels, be it primary levels, be it secondary levels, tertiary levels. I'm that guy who walks into your organization. If I do an audit, if I see a whole lot of people sitting there in suits, I'm saying, where are the real employees? And then they say, well, we are management. I say, yes, I get it. But where's the rest of the organization? When we talk of technical and organizational measures, yes, we've got the ICT department, they've got the software, they've got the hardware. But when we talk of organizational measures, we need the cleaning lady, the one that empties your dustbin after you don't shred your documents. She needs to be in that meeting, okay? The guy who empties the dustbin at the back and empties it in a communal dustbin where the doctor also empties his stuff and doesn't shred his documents. You know, there's a lot going on in terms of compliance and regulation, and I can go on. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Sizwe. Next time I won't bring a suit. You just don't think I work, so yeah. But thank you for that insight. As we're all aware, I mean, cyber threats is on an increase in South Africa, actually globally. I mean, if we think about it, there was a 90% increase from 2023 to 2024 globally in terms of cyber threats. Top 2 ones is ransomware and phishing. Now, considering that, what would you say is building resilience? I'm sure you will agree is critical to a strong cybersecurity framework. So what key strategies has your organizations implemented to bolster these defenses?
Yeah, one of the essential steps that industries, organizations need to take is, often when we talk cybersecurity awareness, we focus on the end user. But we forget that the decision makers, if they don't have the understanding of the risks, they are not going to make appropriate decisions and take steps that can equip organizations and industries with the resources they need for them to be able to respond appropriately to cyber threats. So what we do as trainers is to remind companies and emphasize, particularly at management level, that it is essential that executives from the board, in fact, it must start right from the president. If the president doesn't have the understanding of the risks, the ministers, the heads of departments, if they don't have the understanding of the risks, they are not going to influence policies that can drive the development of effective programs to build cyber resilience at a national level, at an organizational level, at a company level. So it is essential that when we talk cybersecurity awareness, we need to remember that we should not just focus on the end user. We can build strong cybersecurity awareness at end user level. But if the decision makers themselves do not have the appreciation of the risks, they are not going to make decisions that will end up availing the resources that are needed, the policies that are needed, the strategies that are needed for us to build cyber resilience in that manner. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Very much similar to, if you don't have your foundation right, your house is not going to be built properly. So it's very similar to what you're saying. Thank you for that, David. Charmaine, your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I echo your point. I mean, what we had to do from an organization point of view is start right from the board level, had to educate the board around what is cyber security, what does cyber risks, threats look like. So that was key because that set the tone. That's where the priorities are defined. And there again, we have, from a regulatory point of view, the benefit, because even the latest cyber joint standard regulations actually put the accountability of cyber resilience at the board level. So that helps us as well from our industry perspective. The key thing I think that we had to go through is we really needed to break down the silos between the different departments. No longer can you just look at cybersecurity in its own element. No longer do you look at business continuity management separately. All of these things had to be brought together. And that collaboration between those departments in the past wasn't seen as that important to work together. But we realized that in order to really defend against this, we needed to break down those silos within the organization. We needed to start to collaborate a lot more within the financial institutions so that we can share threat intel, and that's happening quite effectively through bodies like SABRIC. So that helps us a lot. Threat intel, early awareness, ability to then adapt to these things, partnering with international companies in terms of your cyber defense, so because they have a vast set of data points that we could use. And then continuously deploying and learning from attacks. The key thing is lessons learned, continuously root cause analysis, changing. You'll never stop. Today's defense is not going to be good enough tomorrow. We will have to continuously adapt, change, and we are seeing that attack vectors are changing as well. And that's something that you will have to continue to do and share between each other. So I think key for me is collaboration, breaking down silos, working together from the different departments. And it is, as someone said earlier on, not a technology issue, it's a business issue. We need to start right from, do you understand your business processes and where your key services are?
Thanks, Charmaine. Yeah, you just remind me now, gone are the days where if it's cybersecurity, oh no, send it through to the IT. Oh no, it doesn't work like that anymore. I think it has become part of your strategic initiatives going forward, considering these threats that we faced with and these risks. Thank you. Caesar?
Thank you. I think a lot of focus is on education, which is great, but I think also the concept of deterrence is very, very important. And another thing that I've noticed a lot of people lack when it comes to cybersecurity, we talk about education, we talk about prevention, we talk about deterrence. What happens when the incident has happened? What is the incident response mechanism? Do people even know what incident response means? Okay, so I think in terms of that, It's not what you do once you find out you've been hacked. It's what you do about it to ensure that you don't get hacked again, and that your breach is contained as good as possible. That's my 2 points.
Thank you, Caesar. Once again, referring to business continuity planning, so it's quite key. Program Director, have I still got some time? Great. I'll just use it as I'd like to involve the audience. Could I perhaps maybe 1 or 2 questions? Anyone for the panelists?
This is usually where it literally gets out of hand, so I will try it. Yeah. I have 2 questions. There are 2 requests for questions that have already come in. One is for this panel, one is for the previous panel. And then we can have another 3rd question, because in fact this is what I was going to do after the panel, to invite. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Program Director. Sorry for that, audience. Just thought it would be a bit more interactive, but I think it's going to happen afterwards. Then just in conclusion, as technology evolves, so do the cyber threats. As we use AI, the cyber criminals, also using AI. What new challenges do you foresee in the future, taking cognizance of the evolving technology that we're dealing with?
I always say that AI is overrated. We are in 2024, and John McCarthy started talking about AI in the 1950s. All right? For those of you who don't know who John McCarthy is, he was this very, very smart man who talked about machine learning and the ability of machines to further learn like human beings. I think once we cross the Rubicon from the 3rd Industrial Revolution to the 4th Industrial Revolution, one needs to accept that any form of computing, be it in the form of an algorithm, as they call it AI, or some form of machine learning, I think we need to open our eyes to all the threats that are coming out there. I remember 10 years ago, we were sitting in a conference and someone illustrated how to fake a telephone call with the ambulance in the background and the police in the background. And these days, someone can sample your voice, use AI technology, phone you, tell you I'm in big trouble, I need 5K, and you're worried, you send the money, So I think we need to open our eyes to all the possibilities in terms of cybersecurity, and I think people just need to wake up, just generally. It is my birthday month, so it is Cybersecurity Month, so it's an important month. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Caesar. One more comment? One more comment?
So quick one. I think it's not going to be technology. I think the more we strengthen technology, let's look at multi-factor authentication, we actually put humans more at risk. We're now seeing increase in kidnapping, blackmailing. So that is the stark reality. The more we deploy technology, the more we put us as humans at risk. I think, to your point, we need to educate people how to be safe. We need to strengthen our own gut feeling. We need to start going back to us as humans. We actually do know, and we do have a sixth sense. We need to start using that a lot more.
Great, thank you, Charmaine. I think we're coming to a close now. I just would like to extend my thanks to the panelists for their insightful comments and remarks. But most importantly, I'd like to thank you as the audience for participating. Thank you.
I was going to agree with my brother here that AI is indeed overrated. It's not going to replace your job. It's not going to replace your job. It will only replace your job if you don't prepare for it. It's like an exam, You're only fearful of an exam when you don't study before your exam, isn't it? Thank you.
Can you please give that a round of applause? And because I think we are topic experts in the room, I think we're preaching to the converted. The people that are scared are not in here. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are 20 minutes to 1 o'clock. Lunch is going to be at 1. We are on time, so it means I'm going to get a beautiful bonus at the end of the month for doing a good job. I'm going to just open up for 5 minutes to like 2-3 questions, specific questions, not comments. Don't tell us that it's your grandmother's birth month as well to jump on the wagon, that it's a nice, it's an important month, and now you want to bring your grandmother in here and all of those things. Please, just 1 question, straight to the point, 3 questions, and don't worry, if it doesn't need to come through this platform, you can speak with the colleagues during lunch, during the network platform. Just 3 questions as Neil is preparing, because he's also meant to give us a presentation, so I didn't want to break the panel conversation. So 2-3 questions, quick questions. Can I see a hand? I have my 3 questions, 1, 2, and 3, and then you will direct. Is it the first panel, which speaker, or is it? And don't ask a question to the room. And thank you very much. Do I need to stand? Yeah, you need to stand.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And I think I'll direct this question to both panels. With the rise of AI, yes, there's a lot of threats and fears. But sometimes I feel like, are we not becoming prisoners to something that we are creating? So how do we go about it? Because I understand that we need to be aware, but this thing is bringing more fear. And I see people are, what is the correct word? I don't even know what the correct word to use, but I think you get me. So how do we, yes, thank you. To both panels, because we spoke about education, the children, and yes, teenagers see it coming and they still do it anywhere. So how far are you going to be, or speak to parents? How would you monitor your kids? To what extent? Because there are now apps that you can have access to the TV, to the tablet. So are we not, I don't know, we are becoming prisoners. That's what I think. How do we go about it?
Thank you. Prof Christinger, that's like, just sounds like it's coming to you. So just hold it there. Let's get all the questions, but it sounds like it's going to Prof. My brother?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Raba. I'm from 100 Gigabyte Solutions. My question is direct to the second panel, especially for our sister from ABSA. Yes, my question is talking about collaboration and awareness. How do you explain for people to scam use a social media user for almost since 2010 until now? When we go report them to ABSA, or report them to the police, or report them to the law firm, nothing have been taken. Yes, when I'm talking about ABSA, because to all the peoples that I investigate, find of all the proof are ABSA clients and their lawyers. If you may allow, I just want to explain how they're operating. What they do, they advertising to sell properties online, and they are well connected, and when you approach them to buy a properties, what they do, they will call the rightful owners of the properties. They will stay with them. When you go for a board meeting, they will present all the documents. They are lawyers registered by the law firm. They will present all the documents that they are lawyers. They will present their account that is from ABSA, and the owner will send the ID and everything. Then they will offer the person or the potential buyer all the necessary documents to buy the properties. Then when the person transfer, you can check the law firm, they are registered, at ABSA, they are registered and everything. Since 2010, they have scammed over 124 people that we get evidence. We send to ABSA, we send to the police, we send to the law firm, and those people, they never been caught. Their account still operating until today. How do you explain that?
Poor APSA. Really just put them on the spot, like, reported this, you've done nothing about it, went on social media, they will respond. And I don't think it's an attack, it's just, it needs a response on how does the banking sector respond to such incidences. I hope APSA does not now come and defend my brother.
Yes, sir. Afternoon, guys. So my question is, the first one is directed to the first panel. They mentioned the term secure by design. But then the way they actually put it, they'll correct me if I'm wrong, it was that the secure by design functionality is actually supposed to be established or enforced by IT and not within the company's policy itself. If I remember correctly, they even asked one of the panelists on whether the policy should be changed within the company, and he was like, no, that's the developer side. But then I believe that as a developer, the application that I'm actually creating or designing, I'm actually getting my mandate from the decision makers within the company, meaning that if they force me to actually test and make sure that the application is of safe use for the users, I will implement that. Now the problem is that it's actually costly to do that, because now that involves a lot of testing, and you need to remember that you guys actually want version 1 out ASAP. So that's my first question. Now my second question, on the second panelist, as much as AI is overrated and it has a lot of bad things, I believe that it's actually helping us, more especially coming out of varsity recently. I believe that it's actually improving us. One of the panelists said that, they actually said that AI is, what did he say again? I think he said that AI is overrated, and that, sorry, I actually forgot actually what he said. but then actually the point that I'm trying to make is that, okay, yeah, I remember. He said that AI is not actually going to replace anyone's job. But then I strongly, okay, I agree with that, but then I disagree with one thing. I believe that if you do not get onto the wagon train and actually start incorporating AI and generative AI within your day-to-day work, you're definitely going to lose your job. Let's take, for example, what the guy who was heading the panel did. The first thing that he did, he went to ChatGPT, and then he came up with this impressive introduction. Now, take that with somebody who's actually to take the whole day typing it. He did it in less than 13 seconds. You need to remember that in production, we need somebody who's going to be work fast, work smart. So, yeah, I believe that if you don't use it, then you're out.
If. Okay, so is it the first panel? Is it the second panel? Ne? Good. Then I'm going to hand over the mic to Prof. And then. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. If it's on, Prof. If. If you have it, if it's not on, you don't have it.
Let me stand up. I'm going to be quick because I'm looking forward to lunch. Yes, I think that's where awareness comes in. I presume when we drive cars, you know how to drive a car, you know the responsibility of what's going to happen if you don't brake, and then take the responsibility if you crash, there's a probability you're going to die. So when we're driving a car or doing anything similar, we understand the basics of what we're doing, and that there's a consequence, and that we have to take responsibility. So I think that's exactly the same. So when we start doing awareness, no matter where we are, we have to go, and I'm going to say thank you very much to APSA, I'm on your corner. Two things that our colleague said is that we need to go back to basics. We just need to know, because if it's AI, if it's any technology, there's so many that we're scared of. That we go back to basics, and when we do awareness, we say it's technology. Understand the technology you're using, and understand the responsibility you have and the consequences thereof. Because if you understand the consequences and your responsibility, you're going to double check before you're going to use any technology. And I think, and that's where APSA comes in, we have to strengthen our gut feeling. I think we have not taught users a gut feeling of technology. And I think when we do the awareness is maybe not spend time on AI or any specific technology, but technology in general. If you can drive one car, you can drive any make of car. That we more focus on, yes, this is what this technology can do. But if you understand the responsibility and your accountability thereafter, I think then we're going to have that gut feeling of no matter what technology we work for is, can we use it, can we not use it, can we trust it and not trust it. And if we package all of that within an ethical environment, then I think any user in any space can go work with any technology if they've got the ethical understanding of that technology, what can go wrong, and what can I be accountable for, then it takes that scariness out. And that is where I think when you start talking, especially to school learners, and if you understand and you explain it like that, they understand no matter what technology they use, there's a consequence and responsibility to make double sure, and that it all needs technology. And as the previous speaker said, I think we're going to get many different kinds of these software to come. So let's prepare for that. Thank you.
We go to the red bank.
Seems like the red bank is in the red. Anyway, I can unfortunately not give you an answer on that specific topic, not because I don't want to, but because I don't have the answer for you. I'm not in that space. But what I can give everyone comfort on is if I look at how the bank actually operates, we have a number of things we do to protect our customers. I do think we can do more from just listening today around some of the education. I'm thinking when a customer opens a digital application or bank, we can actually do more to educate them as well around the risks around that. We do awareness. We have on our website also, tips and tricks. We provide a free malware protection to our customers when they bank with us. So we do those type of things, but there's definitely more we can do. We can continue on the journey to do education. The other things we do, we have a dedicated cyber forensic investigation capability in the bank. So the cases are logged. We actually partner with the police force. We provide them with the dockets. Many times we actually put the whole docket together to try and help and catch the criminals and bring them to justice. So those type of things happen as well. The cyber crimes bill has helped us a lot because in many cases law was also failing us in the past and we couldn't prosecute. So that also assisted us. So that's where we partner well with the regulators and the bodies. But unfortunately, scams do happen, and that's sad. I mean, we do take it seriously. And I don't know why it's taking so long. I suppose there's complexity in the case. And happy to take some of the details and see if I can take it back to my colleagues in the bank. But unfortunately, I can't give you details on that one because I'm not in that area. But I just wanted to give you some comfort. On the digital side, there's a lot of controls we do put in place, and we're trying to protect the bank, and especially secure by design. That is key for us. Things should not go in so that we can protect the customers when they do get phished. Unfortunately, we've seen many cases where elderly, especially with home loans, accounts that are not used, that the scammers trick them into clicking on a link. Malware gets introduced on their side. But that's where our CFI team then comes in, helps. We actually take the customer's device, helps him to identify where this came from, and then also block those sites. We do work with many of the domain registers to block phishing sites. We actually block those with their help within, I think our average time is 3 to 6 hours when that gets detected from our side. So those are some things we can do, but it still happens and it is sad. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you please give this round? And I'm advised that you gave comments rather than question. Ne? Would you allow if you can move on? You can allow because, and I want to hear from the room. it's a democratic country that the last time I checked, it still is, right? We don't know. You never know. I mean, there's a lot of been changes since May. So, what can you say? What do we do? I'm going to give Neil the time to present. Lunch is meant to be at 1, but I think he says it needs about 10 minutes. So we can go to lunch at around 1:10. What do we want? Do we want to go to lunch, come back, or we want to maybe finish off the program at about 1:30 to 1:45 and then go to lunch and start networking and not come back? I just want to get the sense in the room. You want us to finish, right? Okay, that's why I asked if it's still a democratic country. So then, is there GNU? I didn't see that. So then we'll just quickly do the presentation. After that, we're going to Steve, and we go to way forward and vote of thanks. And we've done the Q&A. So I think we're fine with the Q&A. Then their conversations will continue during lunch and during the networking session. So we don't have to come back again. Everybody happy? Thank you very much.
100%.
Is that mic working?
Can you hear me, everyone? Yeah. Okay, great. So thank you for the opportunity to present our DNS abuse solutions, our standard operating procedures, and how the ZA Registry Consortium approaches this. Just so that you're aware, this was not my presentation or my slot. It was for a colleague of mine, Mareshni Pillay. She's unfortunately fallen ill, so I've been parachuted into this role. And like someone said earlier, I'm going to freestyle this. Just a quick thing about DNS abuse. DNS abuse is very simply defined as the registration or use of a domain name for malicious purposes. So the DNS is a central part of many of our online presences, and a lot of online services are accessible via DNS. So it makes the DNS an important vector for potential threats and attacks. And obviously, as the registry, working together with registrars, as the person from APSA just mentioned, we're being quite proactive in terms of addressing DNS abuse. DNS abuse largely refers to things like phishing, botnets, distribution of malware, spam. Those are the type of things that you would ordinarily find under that category of DNS abuse. Also see DNS abuse as a subcategory of cybersecurity. It's a more specialized aspect to this. Right, so I'm just reading off Mareshni's slides here. I will be quick. I'm not going to stand between you and lunch, so let me rush through this as quickly as I can. So basically what Mareshni is saying is that we have a contractual nexus between us as the registry, our registrar partners, and then ultimately registrants. Now registrants are the entities that actually register domain names, a co.za domain name in our instance. And we have a contractual nexus that sort of permeates all the way through. And one of our contractual terms is that we do not condone any unlawful use of our domain name. So things like malware and phishing fall into this category. And when this comes to our knowledge, we then are able to take action against those abusive practices by instilling contractual compliance processes against the registrant and the registrar. So in terms of one of our clauses in our registrant minimum terms and conditions, it says the registrant will not use the domain name for any unlawful purpose whatsoever, including without limitation, distributing malware, abusively operating botnets, defamation, unfair competition, passing off, phishing, piracy, counterfeiting, fraudulent or deceptive practices, or generally for the purpose of confusing or misleading any person. What we've seen recently, and this is an international trend, is that there are additional aspects to DNS abuse. Things like CMOS, which is, I think, child sexual abuse materials. That's a new aspect that has come in and has been included under the ambit of DNS abuse. So if you find something like that material on a website, the registry operator for that, whether it's .com or whatever, is likely to assist you by taking down the domain name to block access to that material. So even if it's content oriented, the DNS can be used to affect change and a remedy. As I've mentioned before, our takedown policies and our contractual compliance policies relate to these different types of DNS abuses. The most common one that I've heard mentioned here many times is phishing. In fact, that is one of our more prevalent forms of abuse. We've got a mechanism that tracks all of our abuse cases within the registry, within co.za, org.za, web and net.za. And currently we have about 1,100 open cases that are being investigated. Of those, about 28% relate to phishing, have been classified as phishing sites. And this is just within ZA. Remember, there's a lot of phishing happening with .coms and these others. So we're taking proactive steps to try and address the DNS abuse situation in ZA. So one of the ways that you can report DNS abuse is through sending a mailer to our legal department. Mareshni is normally, and her team are normally the people that deal with those cases. Also, we have an application called IQ Abuse Manager, which basically relies on multiple feeds, RBLs and the like, that report abusive practices relating to co.za or ZA names, and that brings it into a case management system, and we're able to then investigate it, even without it being reported. It's a fantastic system that is just starting to be implemented, and we've put quite a good team behind that, and we should start seeing some of the results around IQ Abuse Manager in the coming months. So it's exciting progress from our perspective. One of the things that Mareshni hasn't mentioned here is that we also do our own data analytics on our own registry database, and we pick up what we call suspicious activities on certain domain names that are being created and deleted regularly or moving between registrars. Those are flagged as abusive names, and we basically also bring those into our abuse mitigation process. Okay, so investigating DNS abuse. If a matter comes to our attention and it's reported to us, or it comes to us via a feed or via our own investigation, and on the face of it, it appears to be a phishing site, it appears to be a DNS abuse candidate, we immediately suspend that domain name. We call it server hold, so we basically suspend all action of that domain name. We take it out of the zone so that it's not accessible to the public, and also it can't be updated or deleted or anything like that. So that's the first immediate remedial action that we can take as a registry. We then also, if there is insufficient proof in terms of whether it's abusive, it's not readily apparent, we will then escalate the matter to the registrar and the registrant and ask them to investigate and to provide further information. Obviously, if we receive feedbacks of the domain name being abusive, we'll then put that in the server hold process, and ultimately, if necessary, we'll delete the domain. Now, one aspect of DNS abuse, and I think one that APSA in particular is quite familiar with, because there's been a few people that have tried to imitate APSA, basically passing off their trademark, APSA trademark, and that is what was classically defined as DNS abuse, cyber squatting. And cyber squatting is essentially someone that is trying to register a domain name that is so confusingly similar to your brand and trying to mislead people in doing that. Historically, cyber squatting was to hold the brand owner to ransom, to say, if you want this domain name back, you're going to need to pay me some money. But nowadays we find that cyber squatting has evolved into the origin of a phishing attack. So they would likely use those domains for other abusive activities. The good news is that since, well, I think at least 10 years now, we've had a dispute resolution process available to brand owners. So if there's any of those instances where a brand has been used and abused in a domain name, in the co.za or ZA domain name, you can lodge a dispute with the South African Institute of Intellectual Property Law. There's a regulated process around this that was spearheaded by ZADNA, and you can basically then dispute the registration of that domain and get them transferred. APS has had a couple of them. Most of the banks have, in fact, they're quite active in the space, and they've managed to secure these misleading domain names back to them. And then also, just as it says here, is that when a domain name dispute comes up and it's filed with domain disputes, we immediately suspend that domain name as well. So we're not waiting for months for a process to end. We are taking some immediate action to provide some remedy upfront. Registry lock services is just a new service we've introduced recently that allows entities such as the banks, again, to secure their existing domain names by locking them down in a way that is tied to multi-factor authentication, so that there might not be any unlawful or unauthorized changes to their domain records. Because that's another form of DNS abuse. DNS poisoning, and manipulating DNS records so that you could use that as a vector for an attack on your clients. So registry lock services is a good way of securing a domain name and adding extra layers of security to prevent any abuse of that domain name in the registry. And then this Mauritian has provided some examples of DNS abuse mitigation, actual examples we've seen. So within our existing system, we flag every single new domain name that is created that contains the word gov or xeno. At one stage there was an outbreak of xenophobia, and we were monitoring these names. We were instructed also to do that by law enforcement. And then at some stage during the COVID pandemic, we also were monitoring domains that contain the word COVID. But obviously the gov one is a top priority, because I'm sure we've all seen these tender scams that purport to be from government entities. And basically when a co.za or org.za name comes through our system and it's got a GOV in it, we go and investigate that name before it's even published. Some of them do creep through. The intent is changed after it's registered. Eskom-gov, Department of Health-gov.co.za, gov-job-vaccines.co.za. There's so many of these. These have all come in via abusive reports, and it's one of the key issues that we're concerned with at the moment, is that there's this uptake in tender scams using ZA names. Impersonation of a legitimate business. This is again for purposes of essentially for phishing or for cyber squatting. This is the typical way of domain names being used. There's slight misspellings or weird characters added into it with the purpose of misleading people and creating confusion. What does this say here? We have no. Okay, that's another one. SASA was another term that is being used quite regularly. I'm sure it's because of the SASA grants, and people who are vulnerable, dependent on these type of things, are being targeted, and obviously they've been taking advantage of. Their information is being hijacked, or they've been misled, and maybe there's some degree of fraud associated with that. Based on all of these things, again, we would put those domains under server lock. So we will lock them down immediately. They won't work on the internet, if that is the case. Then another interesting one that has come up recently, non-delivery scams. I'm sure you guys have heard of the puppy scam. This has come out so often, where people have purchased puppies online, paid for it, and then never get the puppies. I would have thought someone would be kidding me if I heard that sometime, but this is genuinely what's happening. There are hundreds of people that have been caught up in the scam. Who would have thought that would have been something that people would have fallen for so easily? And then also what we've noticed is that there's a peak in these type of scams around about November and December, linked to the festive season as well as Black Friday sales. There seems to be good targeting when it comes to these things from these scammers. So there's some thought that goes behind these things, you can imagine. This is just some information about the Pookie, the dog non-delivery scam. I think you guys know about it. We've put a lot of those on server hold. Tender scams, that's the big one. We see a lot of these. We tend to suspend them quite quickly, sometimes even before the registration goes through. And the way that this generally works is that you get this, purports to be a government tender for a very specific type of product. And then you see it and you go, well, you don't even ask questions why you got this tender, because you're not on anyone's tender list, but you go and Google these specific items and you find there's a website, #1 on Google, on the search engine, that tells you they've got these exact same items in stock and you can purchase them. So the scam is actually very, very sophisticated, in the sense that you're getting an email to invite you to a tender. You're searching independently in your mind for the products. You find them, you buy them, you purchase them. They will deliver it to the government department for you, and lo and behold, nothing's delivered and you've parted with your money. So these tender delivery scams are quite sophisticated and quite prevalent. Let me see, that's just a little bit further in terms of what I've spoken about. And then there's just a slight different variation on DNS abuse, and that is where key service providers in your ecosystem are not necessarily providing accurate information to the registry, sometimes for purposes of the bad actors, sometimes for purposes of undermining your control of your own domain space. So you find sometimes something goes wrong and you want to move your domain name from one registrar to another, but you can't, because the way the domain name was registered is not in your name, and you're actually not the registrant or the owner of that domain name. So it's an abusive practice because someone has misled you and it has a consequence for you further down the line. Let me see, what does it say here? Right, you don't have to know about that. Okay, as Mareshni says, and I'll read these out because I agree with all of them, the best strategy to combat DNS abuse is to be vigilant, and the best solution is to follow your instincts. I think someone said that earlier, you know, we have that instinct, we know sometimes something's not right, it's too good to be true, you need to follow those instincts as a very, very basic fallback position. And then if anyone becomes aware of any form of DNS abuse, any phishing site, you know, we'd love to be able to receive information about that. Abuse at registry.net.za is where we collect this information. We are hoping to work with a few stakeholders to establish a hub where we can collect larger degrees of DNS abuse, not just involving ZA, but even other instances, .com and IO and whatever, aimed at South Africans. So we're busy working on that. But it needs to be reported so that we have it on the radar. And then obviously, you know, we work closely with trying to strengthen our relationship with our stakeholders, with registrars. This is always going to be a team effort. Registrars are the coalface of our business, so they work with the end users, but ultimately our end clients is the public. So they're not even contractually tied to us, but people out there, the old ladies, the gogos, the young people, they're the guys that are really suffering under this, and they don't even participate in the domain name space other than being a user of a domain name by typing it into a browser. So we're looking forward to some good inroads to be made with our IQ Abuse Manager system. I think it's going to give us a better idea of the ambit and scope of the DNS abuse in ZA, and certainly it's going to be able to help us track actions that we're taking against this and trying to resolve these and giving some remedy to victims of these abuses. That's it from our side. Thank you very much. COSA is 30 years this year. We have 211 domain names that turn 30 this year.
It's 2 years younger than me. I'm not a lady, so I can reveal my age. Thank you very much, Neil, for those insights on how to combat this attack. In fact, just this week alone, I received a message from a young man who's running a tire fixing company who sends me a screenshot of a tender. And he says, "Is this legit?" And I said, "No." And he asked me a question, "How do I know?" And then you see the domain there, it's the government, it's masked. They're not able to know that you double click it and actually check the actual. So he wanted to know, and I actually even realized that I did not have a simple way through which I can orientate him and many others. And I was telling someone at the back that you get your invitation to tender for something, you take the specification, you put it on Google, it sends you to a website, you take that thing, you put it in a pricing, you send it to the government, they send you back a letter appointing you for that. You take that thing, send it to those guys, they say, "Send money, we'll ship services," and then you send them money. And then tomorrow morning when you wake up, the platforms are off. So now we're then going to go to our last presentation for the day, and then the next item would in essence just be closing, and then we'll move on to lunch. Steve Jump from SLVA Cybersecurity is just going to be giving us the last presentation. You want to be up here?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, yeah.
Still yours. See, that's a lesson. Don't believe everything that you read on the internet, especially not on LinkedIn. I am a virtual CISO for many, many companies, and that's one of them. But that's not the company I run myself. I'll tell you about that later. Anyway, so I am literally standing between the dignitaries and lunch, so I'm going to keep it quick. I'm one of those people that can generally expand my presentation to fill the available time. Compressing it is not a skill I've developed, but please don't throw anything heavy. Empty bottles only, please. So, okay. I'm talking about digitized business. Yes, I'm talking about cybersecurity, but in case you think you're in the wrong room, I'm talking about why cybersecurity, not how. Okay? So, Digitized business means we've moved it from the real world to a virtual world. And because it's digital, I tried to be clever, it's quantized perception. It means we are looking at the world now through a digital filter. And those of you who hadn't noticed, anything that can be digitally synthesized can be synthesized beyond the level of a human being to distinguish it from the real analog world. That gives us a whole set of responsibilities in consuming that information and in developing it. And those of us with the ability to check it, all of that synthesized information is detectable. No matter how clever it is, it's detectable. Are we using it? Are we sending it? Don't know. Why should we? So, I'm talking about what needs protecting. I'm going to skip through this at a rate of knots. If I miss anything important, sorry, lunch, okay? But what are our most valuable assets? The whole thing about cybersecurity is stopping the wrong people from getting what matters. Matters to us. Each of us have a different perception of what is valuable. Our businesses, every business has a different perception of valuable. So just buying the nearest cybersecurity protection product that you come across and solving your problems, that is not an automatic fix. So, physical, procedural in our businesses, knowing how to get around the obstacles is the first step in getting around them. Stealing things, by the way, the majority of the world that we deal with is physical. So we talk about virtual, which is the electronic world, but most of what actually gets stolen is real. Think, a truckload of cement that was delivered to the wrong place because someone changed the delivery address. I was teasing a very confused gentleman from Botswana over a beer, and I told him I was going to steal his diamonds. And he's the kind of guy that makes me look small and says, I've got guns, I've got dogs, I've got electric fences. I said, no, you're just going to deliver them to me because I'm going to change the records on your system, set up a line of credit, ask for 4 sightings, and you're going to hand them over to me in a bulletproof suitcase. He looked at me and then he realized, actually, I was not pulling his chain. It's possible. So theft has changed. If it is stealable, somebody is trying to steal it. There's no news there. What can affect their value? Obviously, I can persuade you to give it to me for free, or I can convince you that it's worthless and you walk away from it and I pick it up where you've left it behind. So this is all the world we're living in. These are all things, information is probably the biggest one. How we keep them protected, that's why we are here. Keeping our family protected, keeping our information protected, making sure we're doing it. It's all part of cybersecurity. This is the why that we do it. And how on earth does this protection preserve value? Because ultimately, we're talking value. Value is, we can take the counter of that. If we don't do it, someone loses money. It could be their life savings, it could be their pension, it could be the food that they have just purchased for the month, it could be their car, or it could be an election. These are all things that need to be looked at very, very carefully and protected accordingly. And all of these are part of the cyber battlefield. So, reputation, mine, it's probably going downhill if I keep you from lunch too long, but technically that's not a cyber threat, that's just bad presentation. Okay? So, another way to look at this, if you're coming up with a solution for your business, will that solution help you insure yourself against loss? That's a very good measure of, are you doing your cybersecurity right for your business? Because guess what? They're nice people in the insurance business, but they really don't want to give away any money unless they really have to. And that means you must not have done anything wrong. So protection isn't just going through the motion, it's actually making sure your cyber protection matches what's being protected. So, by the way, this is my pet cat. We call him Schrödinger. We're not quite sure what he's up to. The box is my metaphor for silos. Very often, when you are in a box, you don't see that box. If you are not looking around where your business, your function interacts with what's surrounding you, you have self-isolated in a silo. And guess what? The world outside your silo is not going to behave the way you assume it does from your experience inside. That's not cybersecurity, that's philosophy, but you get that one for free, all right? And by the way, be nice to your cat. So, cybersecurity is about business. I hang out with a lot of places where the business is selling cybersecurity. I'm not always the most welcome person on the stage because I say, if you want to sell me BS, I'm going to call it. You need to sell me something that matches my problems. So cybersecurity is a business issue. Too important for IT. I threw that in earlier. If the only people looking at cybersecurity in your organization at any level is the IT department, you are already in a lot of trouble. Because ultimately we're dealing with risk. We talked about that earlier. Business risk, it's keeping things working. Business means different things to different people. If we're running a municipality, our business is making sure people get the right things at the right time for the right price. There are many gaps in that. IT is going to be a channel, but unless we understand that that channel can be compromised at a business level, we are never going to get respect or understanding for the technology we need to protect it. It has to start with a conversation, what needs protecting? And then an IT answer to that is, we can protect this. If that dialogue doesn't happen, if I skip through that, I take it for granted. I earn my living translating between business and tech. I have scars, okay? Because neither side actually wants to appreciate that what's keeping them busy isn't solving the problem. And the reality is, we talk about websites that were built. The budget was to build it, didn't have enough money to test it. I'm not naming any particular agencies, or in fact I shouldn't have even said that, should I? Might not get invited back. The website's put up, the website works. It's never tested, it's never monitored, it collects really, really complicated information, and someone comes along and says, oh, drop tables, whatever, and guess what? They send the information out in the wild world. The design should have been keep it safe, but it was never said that way. The request was, give me a website. IT gives website. IT is very responsive to the questions, but they're incredibly literal. Okay, I hang out with lawyers. I'm not a lawyer. I can confuse lawyers, but that's not the same thing. You need to be specific with your requirements. No one ever said, give me a wizard product, I'll make it safe. We need to get that into our culture. If you're tasked with delivering that super fantastic designed object, talk to the person requesting you. Technically, if they're going to part with money, they are your customer, and say, well, would you like me to stop your new product from killing people? Because you need to pay for it, because if it does and it's your design, your name's on the box. Okay. Those conversations very rarely take place. So, by the way, those of you working in big business are aware of compliance. Are there any auditors in the room? No, you don't have to put your hands up, because I think there's only one or two of you, and you do need to survive long enough for lunch. Compliance is not about having controls. Compliance is about proving that those controls are actually working. And the dimension of cybersecurity, a working cybersecurity control, is not on and counting events. It's on and reducing risk. Complicated. Because if you don't know what the risk is, how do you measure it being reduced? But if you don't reduce risk, you're spending money. There are people who will sell you solutions to help you spend that money. Believe me, no shortage. So, cyber resilience. I work on the principle, I'm not clever enough to avoid getting hit, but if I do it right, it will be a minor flesh wound rather than a limb or a head. Okay, so understand what the assets we are protecting. The term value is different depending on what your business is. It could be people, it could be job applications, it could be money in the bank, or it could be an entire builder's yard full of supplies that may or may not be there when you go looking for them on Monday. So what is of value to your business? Not everybody else's. Start at home. What are the threats? Impact is a posh word of saying when SH1T hits the fan, what does it look like to my business? It's probably going to come back to money. It could be loss of customers. It can be loss of lives. It can be anything bad. So the impact is what happens when it goes wrong. And you need to have an understanding of what that means. This is basic risk management. It's not cybersecurity. But I get paid to talk about cybersecurity, so I've always got a cyber angle. Okay? Monitor identities. Identity management is not an IT thing. Remember this. If all your IT service desk does is reset passwords, you don't worry about your ship sinking, because if all that your IT service desk does is reset passwords, your ship has sunk. You just haven't got your feet wet yet. Identity, identity, identity. And a failed use of identity is not an IT problem, it's a security incident. Think about that. Did you really need to deploy a website that allowed you to try passwords 10,000 times a second? Yeah, I know I can type fast, but that's extreme. Think about these things, because most of what we do that hurts was because we didn't think about it. And here's the kicker. Thinking about it at the very beginning is way cheaper than fixing it when there's a lawyer outside saying, "Oi, you owe me." And what's most likely to happen to the business you are protecting with your cybersecurity? One of my lines that I got quoted back at me and took me by surprise is, you've heard the frame, boiling the ocean? There are a lot of people selling you tools that if you plug them in, they will try and boil the ocean. I need the pond that my business in warm enough to make tea. I don't care about everybody else's oceans. Focus on you, your business. Keep it close and personal, because if you can't protect where you are starting from, your customers don't stand a prayer. Keep it focused. Then what you invest can be measured in value to the people who need you most. And then, when we look at our investments, cybersecurity does not come for free, but neither does business, neither does delivery of a public service. If we can do this properly, that investment is part of our normal cost, and it is way cheaper to get it right at the beginning than it is to add it on. By the way, I'm one of those old-fashioned people. If you forget security at the beginning, you need to think about starting again, because you cannot add cybersecurity on afterwards. It's a bit like if you forgot to put cement in the sand that you used to build your brick wall. Painting the wall is not going to help. And now, that's my AI-generated alter ego. I said, please display me in one of my nicer moods, or you won't like me when I'm angry. So, we talked about AI. Has anybody come across an artificial general intelligence? No. That's the one we're supposed to be scared of. So I'm going to leave you with this thought, right? An artificial intelligence is supposed to be a sentient computer program. This is actually a bad joke, I think, in the government audience. Normally I've got people laughing, running for the aisles. But anyway, so the very first thing that a super sentient AI is going to do, the very first thing they're going to do, guess what? Does that sound familiar? What happens on the internet now is misinformation. By the way, I was introduced to a new term. Misinformation is incorrectly attributing facts to prove a different point. It's not necessarily wrong, but it's mis. Disinformation is deliberately putting facts to support a point. Quite often there's politics involved. And malinformation, that's the new word I heard. The spell checker didn't like it either. Malinformation is information that is deliberately intended to harm. And we meet all of that every day. Misinformation is often well meant. My mum forwards me a link to this wonderful website telling me that I've been wrong my entire life. The moon is actually made of cheese, you know, that kind of thing. But that's misinformation. It's not disinformation unless she's trying to stop me from building a space probe. She did that too, I'm sorry. Anyway, how would an AI convince you that it doesn't exist? Bit like that. Did you blink? Okay, that was a really bad joke, I can tell. Did anybody miss that? Yes? How does the AI hide itself in plain sight? Yes? There we go. That is actually me, and now we move on. That's my alter ego, but they rent me out occasionally to do cybersecurity talks. Thank you very much. That was supposed to be the entertainment after lunch, so it was designed to wake you up. Sorry, if you're awake now, it's my fault.
It's on, yeah. Can you please give that a round of applause? I feel like I'm going to live in here being a cybersecurity expert. I pity all of those people that are going to be on calls with me after this session of all the things that I'm going to be saying. So thank you very much for that extremely insightful and challenging. You know, we were provoked through this last presentation to think on the everyday things that we interact with that we need to think of deeper than we actually do. Now, we're literally at the end. The next item that I'm going to call on stage is our last item of the inaugural annual Cybersecurity Indaba 2024. So I'm going to then kindly request Mangoba Mgomezulu from CyberMate to kindly come and quickly give us resolutions way forward and close this session for us. So he is indeed the last person on stage. This is the last time you see my three-piece suit here on the green stage after Mangoba closes, and then we're going to go out and have lunch. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being an amazing audience as Mangoba comes to close the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. I'm not going to be very long because I know you've been sitting here for a very long time, but thanks to the MC as well. He was great, right? Can you just put your hands together for the MC? It was wonderful. Okay, so just briefly, see, I don't have presentation slides because I just want to summarize and then, you know, we put this to an end. As CyberMate, one of the important things that we want to do is to make sure that we are as practical as possible with our programs. Now, what does that mean? It means, especially for this Indaba, we want to gather insights. I'm sure you have noticed there was a QR code, and I hope that you scanned that QR code and you provided your responses to it. Because we want to gather your insights so that we are able to then analyze those insights and provide feedback to you, the people that, you know, are part of this Indaba. Right, there are three things that we want to cover in that survey. We want to gather what is it that the government can do in order to minimize or to address the cybercrime as a pandemic in this country. And again, you know, cybercrime is a pandemic that has never been declared as a pandemic. And it's you and me that understand the impact of that, such that we can call it a pandemic. So we want to engage government as far as that is concerned and get their involvement and get their, you know, support in addressing the cyber security issues. But number two, also, we're looking into what is it that the private sector can do or contribute in mobilizing the programs that we have, you know, to drive cybersecurity in this country. And number three, what is it that you or the public can do as far as that is concerned? Because you'll understand that this is an ecosystem, right? You've got the person that is selling snacks on the street. That person these days, they use their phone to process payment. It's no longer just cash, right? And that cash goes to the bank. That bank, you understand? It's just a good an ecosystem that happens, and everything it's happened in a digital form, and that's why then we have such as Indaba to say, let's come and discuss. How do we address these issues? What role are you supposed to play? What role that an entity is supposed to play? And so for the Indaba, that's what it is about, to gather those insights, and then secondly, we'll write a report that will make it available on the website CyberMate and also on the Cybersecurity Indaba website. And in that report, we'll be providing feedback as well from this insight, but also we'll be charging different stakeholders to engage and participate and ensure that those insights are actioned. Right. Then the last thing, as CyberMate, our way forward, what are the things that we are planning to do going forward? Number one is to advocate for SMEs. and to be included in the supply chain ecosystem. But before we can even advocate for them to be included, it wouldn't help for us to advocate them if they are not capacitated. So one of our pillars is to make sure that we capacitate them through our partnerships that we have by offering cyber security skills and training, so that they can be competitive when they go out there. That is one of our goals. You realize that we are a non-profit company. So whatever that we do, it is for the betterment of the society. And also one of the things that we want to do going forward as CyberMate, right, we want to also have boot camps for these SMEs. Through our partnership with MICT Sector as well, we want to capacitate them and make sure that they have the right information, the right skills, the right knowledge, and the right network for them to be effective, right, in the supply of cybersecurity services. And lastly, is the public security awareness that we want to do through collaborations with UNISA and other entities. You know, we want to digitize the content and make it relevant to the public. Currently, we have our content in English. That is good, we'll continue with that, but we want to spread it out and make it available in different African languages as well, so that the message can be heard, understood, and applied, right? So those are the, you know, way forward that we have as CyberMate, and we are charging you to say, come on board, work with us wherever you are, in whatever way you can do, partner with us in all that we do. I'm just summarizing. More information you'll definitely find on the CyberMate website. So that's what it is, and with that, we want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for making time. You could have been somewhere else, but you are here, and we appreciate that, to our speakers and everybody else that participated in one way or the other. Thank you very much, and we look forward to the next, or the second inaugural Cybersecurity Indaba that will take place next year. That I can announce that the second Indaba will happen next year around October as well, the 30th and the 31st of October. That's what we agreed on. We left here around 2 a.m. Yesterday with Tabang, just putting together the whole thing. And we agreed that next year is going to happen. Already we have an MOU with Innovation Hub, so we have this venue, and also with CSIR, so we can either go take it to CSIR or here, but definitely it is happening, and we look forward to have you there. Thank you very much, and have yourself a great day.